happen.
They're in high school, and 12-year-old is barely in middle school.
I'm gonna mute all. Everybody's gonna put on, turn off your speaker.
I'm on.
This thing's coming from your speaker.
You got it. You got the Zoom.
You would need to go to audio settings and,
I started muting you.
yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. This is Chuck Teroni, Reading Conservation Administrator, pursuant to state legislation superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law. Section 30A, Section 20, relating to COVID-19 emergency, the December 13th, 2023 public meeting. The Reading Conservation Commission shall be held in person and held virtually using Zoom. Please note, this meeting is being recorded. All the meetings for this, all the material for this meeting are available at the following link, which I'll provide in the chat. Martha Moore, the Conservation Chair, will facilitate this meeting. Please note that there will be a public comment period at the end of each hearing. Each vote tonight will be taken by roll call, and we'll begin with a roll call attendance. Not sure who's doing that, Martha or Brian, but Martha, can you please review tonight's agenda?
Okay. We have a big agenda today with a number of things on the agenda. So in order, we're going to do 0 Small Lane, but they have already been voted to be continued, so that will be quick. And then 413 Main Street, 87 Walker's Brook Drive, 37 Melbourne Ave, 41 Winter Street, 0 Annette Lane, 252 to 262 Main Street and 10 Pinevale Ave, and then lastly 71 Tennyson. So it might run pretty late. And then after that, we have a discussion about amendments to our wetlands protection regulations and some other old new business and minutes for approval at the end. Let's do the roll call vote, starting with the people on Zoom, and then I'll go to the people in the room here. So Andrew?
Andrew Driven, present, member.
Yeah.
Sure.
Walter Talbot, member, present.
Bill?
Bill McCants, member, present.
Tony?
Tony Rotalakis, member, present.
Brian?
Brian Bowe, Vice Chair, present.
And Martha Moore, Chair, present. Just for the people in the room, if you get up to speak, we would like you to stand at the podium because that is the best place to stand to be heard by the microphone and seen on the camera. Okay, and we will call for public comment at each of the hearings as we get to them. Okay, so anything else before we get started?
No.
Okay, so 0 Small Lane, we already voted to continue that to January 10th. So we don't need to talk about that one. 413 Main Street is the McDonald's. And I understand that they have not yet passed through CPDC, been approved by CPDC. So I'm not sure we want to.
So the representatives here, and let them kind of catch us up to date
There we go.
on the McDonald's. Just wondering if the two representatives can raise their hands so I can let them into the meeting, because we have a lot of people on the screen and it would make it easier for me.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I should read the blurb about it then, right? Okay, that was a yes?
Yep, all right.
Okay. Continue the public hearing on a notice of intent filed by McDonald's USA LLC pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, The applicant proposes to raise and rebuild the existing McDonald's restaurant and site with new plus or minus 3,970 square foot building with a side-by-side drive-through and other associated improvements. Portions of the work are within the 100-foot buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland and intermittent stream. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division page under the project by year, Assessors Map 17, Lot 64 and 85, file number 270-0774. Okay, so we have some representatives from McDonald's on the screen,
Ian Allen's here from home.
and
Excuse
Walter
me.
has a hand up.
Have we started recording?
Thank you, Walter.
Good point, Walter. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. Dan Allen, here with Bowler Engineering, as the civil engineer on the
Recording
project
in progress.
for the project for McDonald's. Understand, I know we're here back in September for our first meeting, which overall went well. There didn't appear there were any significant changes coming out of that meeting, and I know the board really just wanted to hear what the CPDC, if they had any comments and any potential changes that could impact our application. We went to our first meeting in October with them, and then our second one earlier this week. Just wanted to outline some of the changes that came out of that. There was really not much significant on our layout. We did end up adding an additional stormwater quality unit to our proposed drainage connection in the right of way. And then also provided some phosphorus removal calculations as they had requested. But there weren't any really significant changes to the site. We're almost through that board currently. Our next hearing we're going to have is really just to kind of review some traffic related data. There's really no site, we don't anticipate any site changes there. So really just wanted to get before the commission here again, just to review and provide some of the additional information I know you guys had requested. So I can share my screen here just to get you guys familiar again with the site. Is that all coming through clearly?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Great, awesome. Just from our first meeting, just want to review some of the changes we've made to this plan. I know it was requested to provide some different plantings above the culvert here. So I know we have the arborvitae mostly along this, and we switched out to provide 2 like blueberry bushes above the culvert just to kind of identify that, hey, there's something different below this. So we were able to accommodate that. I know there was a question relative to some of the soil chemistry on site and potential considerations that might be needed if it was contaminated based on past uses. We followed up with the geotechnical consultant, and they confirmed there's no concerns with that. Additionally, there were some questions relative to the trash maintenance on site. And talking to the operator, they have a full-time maintenance guy who's on site every day, several times a day, cleaning trash, and then a part-time member on the weekend. Their trash dumpster here gets removed or emptied every week, and if volume determines to be needed more, then they'll have them come in more. But typically the trash from the dumpster is removed once a week. And then I think the last kind of maintenance item there is that they do have pest control that comes to the site monthly to address what they can for any issues there. And then I know it was also requested that if the operator be amenable to a 3-year landscape replacement agreement, and they are amenable to that. They have no issues agreeing to that as a condition of approval. And then I think lastly was the lighting cut sheets, which we provided with our resubmittal there. So I think that's really the kind of main changes that we made and information we've been able to provide you guys. And we're hoping, I know we still have one more meeting with the CPDC, but we are hoping we may be able to close out the Conservation Commission portion tonight, potentially, just to allow us to kind of move forward into the building permit process following our next CPDC meeting with the scheduled construction in early spring. So I'm happy to open it up to any questions or further discussion relative to this.
Look, I had a note about questions about a plowing plan and snow removal.
The snow removal. So the storage of snow would be in the landscape areas, kind of outside the parking here, and then the interior kind of landscape areas, and then you kind of see at the corner.
Did you submit a plan?
No, we had not provided a plan on that.
Is it part of the O and M plan that I'm not sure if we received it or DC received that type of.
No, I don't believe there was any snow language in that operation and maintenance. That's mainly limited to the stormwater kind of maintenance on site.
Sure. So Tony, I don't know if you want to question. I have a few. I can continue if you want.
I have
Sure.
one actually on the snow.
So on the snow, typically we'd like to see a plan in this area because we'd like to know what happens after these areas fill up.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't have a plan, we don't know what's going to happen, and this is the time to get that down in writing. So I understand that you have opportunity around the site.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the places you've mentioned, I'm curious what the CPDC and the police think about it, but if this is the plan, it's not marked snow storage area. I'm sure that's on somewhere.
Yep, so we do have them called out. You can kind of see on the site plan here, but.
And as far as those plants that are there now, they're herbaceous plants? Will they be, or they will survive the snow storage? Looks like it's going to be on top of them.
Yes, yep.
All right.
So I have a question to follow up on that, Chuck.
Sure, Brian.
So you've marked the snow storage areas on your plan. What analysis did you do? What calculations to determine how much snow you actually can store there? Chuck asked what happens when it fills up. Going back further than that, how much inches, footage you expect to be able to handle there before sight lines get too high, just doesn't fit?
We didn't complete any full snow calculations or volume for that, but my understanding is that if there is a significant storms and over the winter and that does build up, that would be trucked off site.
Okay, I think that.
I know the operator wouldn't want to hold up any or fill up any parking spaces or anything like that.
Right, but that would be good to add to the plan that Chuck was talking about.
Gotcha.
Do you have to keep the stormwater plan and more of a site maintenance plan separated, or you just put a subsection for snow removal just to get it in writing?
Yeah, we could definitely get that in the writing in the O&M.
I just have one question from our site visit. It seemed to me, I remembered there was some opening into the underground drain pipe, sort of in the middle of the parking lot. Is that going to still be there after you've put in the vegetated island there?
No, so all the, yeah, I believe there's a catch basin on top currently today that's capturing stormwater and draining it in. So that catch basin above it's gonna be removed and our new, all the kind of stormwater flowing in there now will be directly piped. So there won't be any openings above the culvert now.
Okay, so then storing snow on top of it, you won't get snow melting down into that because it's going away. Okay,
Correct, that'll just infiltrate just through the ground as they typically would. Yep, so yeah, it wouldn't be going directly in. Any storm water is going to be collected in the catch basins and then treated in one of the stormwater quality units before it enters in there.
okay. Can somebody stop screen sharing? And then are there any commission members on Zoom who want to raise your hand and make a comment? Okay, Andrew.
Thank you. Yeah, I was curious, last time you presented, I was looking for some just hard numbers in terms of how much permeable was on the site or is currently on the site compared to what there will be with the new proposal.
Yes, so yeah, I got that info, second. Yeah, so the total reduction in impervious coverage across the whole site will be close to like 3,700 square feet. And then within that 100-foot buffer, it's about a 2,700 square foot reduction of impervious coverage. And then the 35-foot is 280 square feet, and then the 25-foot buffer is 200 square foot reduction.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else on the commission with questions or comments?
Me.
Okay,
I don't know if I'm on. the
Chuck.
commission. What do you
yeah,
think?
well, I was going to go to you next.
Dan, I was wondering if you could pull up the photometrics plan and could you zoom in near the stream?
Yes, yep. Share my screen here again. Right. Yep, so yeah, the stream here.
Like, I did notice it was, I guess some numbers like 1.1, 1.6.
Mm-hmm.
What happens on exactly where you circled? I mean, we'd like to like half, 0.1, 0.5. That's what we do in that area. You saw over the other side. Where's that light bleeding in from? Because I see some 0.4 on the other side.
Yeah, so that's just coming in from the lighting, the proposed light poles, and there's also lights on the drive-through canopies. But this, I'd probably estimate right at the kind of open channel. It probably drops to 0.7 there currently, and that doesn't consider the 12-foot fence along here. That's gonna hinder some of that light going through.
Yeah, I was wondering if it took into consideration not only the fence, but the plants at maturity. So
no, so neither of those were considered in the lighting vendor's design of this. It's also notable, just coming out of our CBDC meeting the other night, that we'll be lowering those light poles at the rear a little bit. It was just requested with it being near the abutting property. So we're going to look to lower those a little bit.
So
So
this is
those
gonna
numbers
be
will be
updated?
reduced than what's shown there.
are you redoing the calculations on the photometric plan?
Yes, for our next CBDC submittal, we'll have these updated.
Right, well, we'd like to get the new plans also, but from what you're telling me, with the fence and the shrubs that are, seems like there wouldn't be too much bleeding into the other side, but, or at least it would be less.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be relatively limited with consideration of that fence, lowering the light poles and those arborvitae there. There's really nothing that's going to go through the fence, with it being kind of one of the sound wall kind of absorbed barriers that you'll see on the highways and things like that.
What did you decide on the fence? Is it still chain link with privacy, or is it ticket?
So this, the one along this portion of or the majority of the fence is a 12-foot high absorptive sound barrier. So it's like vinyl with material on the inside that absorbs sound to prevent any sound or volume concerns from the abutting property.
So that's right on the bank. Is it that material, the vinyl, does that flake? Or
No.
shed?
Nope.
Okay. Is there any way to do that calculation with the understanding that there's a 12-foot high fence there? Or is that not something that the company can put together?
We typically haven't seen that before with like barriers and taking like those into consideration. They usually just do it this is where the light comes down and spreads to. But we could see if they would be amenable to that, being able to do that.
Well, I'm going to rely on CPDC. It's like I'm looking at the numbers, and often we do get numbers on the other side of the property line, and you've stopped on this side of the property line. So I wouldn't worry about asking them to put in the fence, but we can just extend that and see what happens 10 feet beyond property line. That would be great.
Yep. Yeah, no problem. They should definitely be able to give us that.
Anything else, Chuck?
Yeah, you guys, I don't know, I didn't want to take all the, so does the dumpster area, so all dumpster areas have leachate. Is there is this designed in a way to maintain that or direct it on the property or into a catchment system?
Are you saying the just like drainage from the trash
From the
enclosure?
dumpsters? Yeah, that comes out of the dumpsters. If they left the flap open or something like that, the water comes in, you get some material and some fluid coming out of the holes that are into the dumpsters. We call that leachate. I'm sure you know that. And
Gotcha.
and
yeah, so the drainage from the trash enclosure here will flow to the catch basin, kind of next to it, and then that'll be treated in the storm. There's a stormwater quality unit treating the stormwater prior to discharging to the culvert there.
so you're managing the leachate, and then how high is the fence and what is it made of around that? The dumpster areas are now, are you incorporating, I see that you're not, but I understand you have bollards there, so you're not pushing it through the fence in the back, but are you worried about the gates at all?
No, this is a pretty standard trash corral configuration that McDonald's has across their restaurants. It's a Trex fencing. You got to see the detail here, where it's a 8-foot high fence total.
Does that 8-foot high fence go on all 4 sides of the dumpster?
Correct. Yep. There's a yeah, so all 4 sides, and then there's just an opening here for employee access into there.
Okay.
So you talked earlier about the pest control plan and the plan for trash pickup. So what are those numbers based on? You're basically telling us what you plan on doing. Where do they come from? What makes you think that it's sufficient? I'm not saying it's not. I just want to understand your thinking.
This is directly from the operator who's been running this restaurant for 60 years. The 1 trip a week has worked for removal of the trash. And then, yeah, they have the pest service come monthly, and they have a trash maintenance person who goes across the site several times a day, and then a part-time member on the weekend is, from what the operator is, sufficient for their kind of operations there.
All right, so it's just based on historical, not.
Yeah, an experience. If trash was building up too quickly and they needed to get a vehicle there to remove it more than once a week, they would do that.
Okay, yeah, 'cause I'm assuming that they want to do more business, hence there's gonna be more trash, so having it be satisfactory for the may not help the future.
Yeah, yep, yeah, I mean, the project, obviously, they want to do more business. They don't anticipate a significant generation of additional traffic from this project. It's really just a better management of their existing traffic on site is really the main intention.
Okay, thank you. All set.
You're all set. Is there anybody here in the audience tonight that had questions or comments for McDonald's?
I have a question.
Well, let's just let them answer. Okay, nobody here on the McDonald's one. Okay, Tony.
Dan, thanks for providing the lighting drawing. I looked it over and I was looking for information about the lighting spectrum and I couldn't find any. Do you happen to know what spectrum the proposed lighting is going to cover?
So is that so do you mean like the color?
Yeah, the color.
The
The
warm,
way-
yeah, so currently it's I believe a 5,000 Kelvin fixture.
Do you know how that converts into nanometers?
Nanometers. I'm not certain of that. I'd have to dig in a little more and follow up with the kind of lighting vendor on that.
Because what I'd like to see is lighting that has a long wavelength greater than 560 nanometers and absent wavelengths that are shorter than that.
You said longer than 560 nanometers?
Yes, 560.
5, 6.
Does that make it more yellow, more blue?
It's
What are you
more on
looking
the
for?
red side,
Towards the red end.
the red end.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can follow up with the lighting team on that and see if that's a potential option or if we can get closer to that or where exactly our current light fixture stands on that.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Can you stop sharing so I can see the people at home on Zoom?
Sorry about that.
Okay, I thought so. Bill, hands up. What did you have to say?
Actually, it's more of a question, perhaps it's for Chuck. I understand why all these questions are being asked about lighting, wildlife, etc. My question is, if this became something that someone wanted to hold up the project with, where's our authority in the Wetlands Protection Act or the local regs?
It's in our
The,
bylaw. Lighting is actually mentioned.
Right, that I'm not saying it's not. I'm asking where it is.
Give me a minute, I'll find it.
Thank you.
All right, I might need more than a minute. If I had it electronically, I could search for light.
I'm just gonna say, I'm not sure we're really holding up the project because CPDC has not closed and they're not gonna close for another month. So.
Yeah,
we-
no, I understood on that.
There's actually, before you answer, Dan, there's more to it than that. So I had a conversation with Andrew McNichol and he asked if we wouldn't close until they're finished. So
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure you knew that. I think their meeting is a day or two before ours in January. So
Gotcha.
we're only talking 2 days.
Yep, I think I'm not sure if we're going to be able to hit that deadline to make that January meeting just based on the time needed to gather the additional information they're requesting. So we likely feel like may end up on the February one. But still kind of coordinating that currently.
Bill, I have an answer for you. It's in section 3, part D,
Yeah.
number 1,
Zone of natural vegetation.
zone of natural vegetation, where it talks about moderating light levels.
Thanks so much.
Right. So if there are no other questions, maybe we can move to continue and we'll continue it to the January 10th meeting. Hopefully you'll be able to be ready for that. If not, we can always continue again.
Okay, it sounds good then.
This is Brian. I'll make a motion to continue 413 Main Street to January 10th.
Second.
I only had two conditions that we want, not really conditions, but two requests. Longer than 560 nanometers and nothing shorter. And an operation and maintenance plan that included the snow storage with a few lines about when it meets capacity, what happens to the snow.
And you wanted the figures for 10 feet outside the property line for the light. So two light issues.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah. So that, I think that's where we're at.
Okay.
But I agree, what we're asking about, again, so what, maybe I better do it this way. I asked Andrew if any of the changes may alter the lot and so work in our jurisdiction. And, you know, he said it's possible. I don't know if, you know, I wasn't at that meeting, but the questions had to do with things that are happening within the 100-foot buffer zone. So that's why he said one more meeting, we should be all set.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
We've had a
Makes sense,
motion and a
so-
second. We haven't had a vote yet.
Right.
Or anything else you need before we can vote?
Well, I was gonna chime in. I think you have it up there, but if there is a planting plan, that would be easy to look at. Before the next meeting, that would be the one thing I would be like to find quickly. I know you probably have it already up there, but I can't find it. So if that could maybe be easier to find before the next meeting, that would be great. But with that being said, I approve the, what am I saying? Yes. Continuing.
Walter?
Walter Talbot approves.
Bill McCants in favor?
Tony Rotalakis in favor?
Rambo in favor.
Martha Moore in favor, 6-0-0. Okay, and just for the record, we started this meeting at 7:05 PM. Forgot to mention that when we started. Okay, thank you very much, Dan. Do we have people here for 87 Walker's Brook Drive?
Thank you guys.
Yes, Jim Bernardino from CMG Engineering here this evening to represent the applicant.
Okay, let me read our blurb and we'll move on. Okay, continue the public hearing on a notice of intent filed by William Camuso, Lee Enterprise LTD pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant proposes to replace fuel dispensers and associated piping. The protective mat located above the existing 4 underground storage tanks and concrete mat associated with the fuel canopy will also be replaced. All of the work is within the 100-foot buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division page under the project by year Assessor's Map 13, Lot 3, DEP file number 270-0777. All right. Do you want to fill us in on where we are at this point?
Yes, certainly. I'll share my screen. I'll throw up a current set of plans and I'll run through what has transpired in the last month or so. I'll share my share. Okay, we submitted a revised set of plans subsequent to the site walk that we had, as well as the public meeting for the proposal about a month or so ago. We issued a letter to the Conservation Commission on the 27th of the month, outlining a handful of items that were incorporated into the revised set of plans. I'll run through that real quickly with you, so you're aware of some of the updates. We have an updated set of plans. Originally, when we were out on the site, we were reviewed and discuss the stone diaphragm along the western portion of the property. We have updated the site plans to call for the replacement of that entirety. And we have also extended the length as well, approximately 30 or 40 feet further northwards, which does not currently exist. And we also provided a detail on the updated plan to assure contractors constructed the way it's intended. Additionally, we took a real hard look at what the site circulation would be on the site, you know, in regards to how we're going to handle our construction activity, and particularly the stockpile area. Previously, if you recall, this stockpile was a little bit closer to the wetland. We did move that approximately 20 to 25 feet further away from the bordering vegetated wetland that's to the west of the property. We've incorporated some environmental notes as well from the engineer for the environmental engineering and the contractor for coordination. We have a long set of notes here. I won't go through point by point, but it does outline pre-construction meetings, at what times the environmental engineer needs to be on the site to test for contaminations, you know, after the concrete's been removed and things of that nature. Also outlines a handful of items regarding dewatering and things of that nature. We don't anticipate any dewatering on the site, but it was mentioned that, you know, if we were to dewater, we would have to put them into frac tanks and the like. That is the intent, if indeed it's needed. But based on the information we have, we're pretty confident dewatering will not be necessary. Also, there was a notation, an errant notation of a catch basin located about this location where I have this little dot. There is no current catch basin in that location. Presently, the only stormwater on the site is the sheet flow off to these leak off areas, curb breaks that go down into the swale that's in the middle of the site, and then directly off to the west to where the stormwater, where the wetlands are located. Let me see, let me just hit the next page of my notes. Also, there was a comment regarding the implementation of straw wattles. It was requested by Mr. Tirone that it might be more appropriate to specify a mulch stock. So we've done that as well, shown that on the revised plans, as well as the providing an updated detail. Also at the last meeting, Mr. Tirone mentioned that, you know, the limited treatment of the stormwater discharging from the site could be considered an illicit discharge. I went through and reviewed and found that this site goes back to 1970. That drainage ditch and the right-of-way in the DOT was created in 1959. The drainage ditch and the gas station were both constructed sometime in 1970. Obviously, those predate any of the Wetlands Protection Acts and the things of that nature. So to document, you know, any type of wetland permit or the like that allowed for that discharge is just not feasible, due to the fact that the existing site was generated before the applicable Wetland Protection Act. We did take a look at all the DOT right-of-ways and the like, and we did confirm that this area in the front of the site in the drainage ditch or swale is located within the DOT right-of-way. The applicant does realize and acknowledges that there would be a betterment for maintenance within that location. Obviously, we took a look at what other stormwater improvements could happen on the site as well. That would be commensurate of the limited scope of work that we're proposing. Just for a refresher, the scope of work that is being proposed is basically maintenance on the existing equipment and piping for the gas station itself. There's no proposed improvements that would enhance operations, increase fuel dispensing or consumption. It's strictly a maintenance obligation that the owner wants to take on voluntarily. There's no substandard components of the site. All of the underground tanks are in full compliance with the DEP regulations. So this is not in response to any faulty, leaky tanks or anything of that nature. It's being proactively pursued by the applicant at his own accord. So what we found was a mitigation package that might be commensurate of the limited scope that we have. What we did was we identified on the revised set of plans some proposed maintenance of the swale within the DOT right-of-way, which basically is going to reestablish the drainage ditch along the front, restabilize it, remove the sediments, and reestablish it with the appropriate filter fabric lining and riprap as well. So if the commission would feel that to be an appropriate mitigation measure, we would pursue that with the DOT. Obviously, we cannot fully understand what the DOT will require of this, but we would be willing to accept an approval that we do solicit the DOT and give it our best go to have what we are currently proposing implemented for maintenance. DEP may have different ideas or and we'll definitely work with them within reason. But obviously any type of improvements would have to be commensurate of the limited scope of work that we do have. Also, we did receive a follow-up email from Mr. Tironi just to notify us that the DEP did issue some comments. The comments were limited to requesting a stormwater report and checklist. We did submit that to the Conservation Commission as well as the DEP on the 27th of November. That stormwater report and checklist was issued, and that outlines how the project is in conformance with the stormwater regulations as well as the stormwater guidelines. And then Mr. Tironi did also mention a couple more comments that he had, which outlined that the subject parcel discharges to a zone 1 or a zone A, which is a zone A. We confirmed that with the public water supply records on the mass records, and it is also considered a LUPL. We're in agreement with that. In regards to the zone A, that is a critical area under standard 7. And the LUPL is, considered under standard 5. As I mentioned before, the site is fully developed, and we've demonstrated with our correspondence that the site is considered a redevelopment area. And what we're trying to do is implement a mitigation package, which will include, the improvements and maintenance of the existing structures as I outlined previously, but also will be implementing a long-term operation and maintenance plan. Again, the applicant feels that that mitigation package is commensurate of the limited scope of work that's being proposed, which results in no new alterations of land area on the subject property. As I mentioned before, this is typically can be considered as a maintenance, and basically the redevelopment is basically, it's almost defined as a maintenance criteria falls within the characteristics and the guidelines of those regulations. So, with that, we do believe that we have done what we can to the greatest extent practicable, which is, the standard for standard 7 in the redevelopment. So, with that, There's a handful of items that the applicant has incorporated, so we feel that based upon our evaluations of what we've done, that we have a reasonable project that we would like to see if the commission would be willing to act upon tonight with the consideration, or at least close the hearing so they can continue to have a dialogue and review the materials that have been submitted. So with that, I will stop sharing and turn it over to the commission for some questions, concerns, or continued dialogue.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, all right. Are there members of the commission that had questions? If so, use your raise hand function or your real hand. Bill.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that additional information. Understanding what you're saying about the right of way. I just feel that whatever we do come up with, should we approve it, it's important in a scenario like this to include language which is used frequently in the state regs, that whatever conditions we decide to impose, if we get to that point, does not authorize any injury to private property or invasion of property rights. That standard language does not authorize any injury to private property or invasion of property rights, because we're dealing with a DOT right of way and so forth, just so there's no misunderstanding that the commission is asking the applicant to do something that might be interpreted in that way. And that's my comment. Thanks.
Yes, I agree, and I appreciate that comment, because that's my concern. We move forward with the DOT. They may have other comments or questions that may say straight up, no, stay out of our right of way. So we don't want to be hand tied with this requirement. We're willing to do it, but we want to do it in a timely manner. And sometimes DOT doesn't progress their reviews as quickly as others like. But the client has stated that he's committed to work with the DOT to implement these measures, as proposed on the plan.
Thanks.
Brian.
Yeah, I have a couple points, questions. The first has to do with that bubble that you showed in the plan for statements that were added. And one of them talks about the idea of maintenance of the swale in the DOT part of it. And it says that it would be up to DOT to do that maintenance. So I want to see some written communication from DOT stating that they acknowledge that they have agreed to do that, and some idea of timeline, when they would do what. But I'd want to see that before any approval. Otherwise, it's essentially, trust me, I'm a situation. And so that's one point that I wanted to make.
Okay. I do fully appreciate that. And on our written correspondence that I initially gave to the commission, mailed on the 27th, I proposed a condition of approval, if the commission feels it appropriate to do so, that we do solicit that and provide those documentations that we have solicited comments or received comments. But the way I wrote way I recommended the condition of approval would be, it would allow us to start construction. DOT may take 6, 8, 10 months to coordinate this with us. So what I've trying to hang my hat on is we're willing to do this and not get or limit the COC, the certificate of compliance won't be issued unless we can provide, do the maintenance per the plan, or at least provide documentations that we gave it our best effort from DOT. They either said no, or we're requiring something that was beyond what may be appropriate for this scale of work.
Okay. The comment I have about that is that absent something in writing from them acknowledging this, you're saying DOT maybe 5, 6, 7 months, whatever you said, and maybe longer than that. You know, they're not exactly known for moving at breathtaking speed. And so-
Exactly.
So I would rather definitely see something in writing before we were to approve this. But having said that, moving on to, I think what's the crux of the conversation here is that curb cut that is just off of the gas station property and on DOT property. And so the problem is there is no evidence for or against that was ever permitted. So we have a curb cut that is doing harm to the wetlands by letting contaminants through. You folks have talked about having some kind of a maintenance program that might keep that to a minimum or even stop it altogether. Problem is, we see all the time that maintenance programs are not adhered to. So I think that curb cut has to be addressed. And I get that it's not on your property. I'm not suggesting therefore that you should address it, other than I think it's incumbent on you to be talking to DOT to get them to address it. Right? So it's one thing to talk about, as we did already, the maintenance of the swale. I think another thing here is to get them to do something about that curb cut. Now that will raise another issue because that curb cut was there because of ponding on your pavement. It's not up to us to try and design solutions for that. Maybe you'll think about some kind of sloping of the repaving. I don't know, that's up to you. But in the meantime, the issue with the curb cut, to me, is a showstopper.
Understood, and we do appreciate that. I'll just offer that design plans that I would assume would only be approved with the DOT back in 1970, you know, predating the Wetlands Protection Act, actually had a low point going across the driveway in that mesh, so the way it was designed was that there was a low point, you know, between the road and the site. And the only measure that I would see was back in the day that they probably didn't even install curbs. So I do appreciate your concerns and your comments on that. I don't believe that the applicant, from a timing perspective, has that ability to wait for DOT for resolution and the like. So your comments appreciated, and I would just like to hear from other board commission members as well.
But before I let go, though, I just want to say one thing, that if in fact you were going to be pushing for us to go forward and take a vote, I would be strongly encouraging the fellow commissioners to deny that request, given this open problem that we have here. So having said that, that's my position. I see some hands raised, so.
Okay, Bill, you had your hand up before Andrew.
I strongly disagree with my colleague. I think it is unfair to put this burden on Shell of somehow trying to have control over what the Department of Transportation is going to do. I think requiring them to make some sort of good faith effort is one thing, but saying if they cannot guarantee that it's fixed by DOT, I could not object more strongly to that reasoning. That's my comment.
Andrew?
Thanks, Martha. I just want to try to understand where Brian and Bill and where we're trying to address. So to me, the big issue is the stormwater, the water that's on the site is draining or trying to drain into that ditch, which is currently all on DOT land. Is that the basic crux, Brian? Just that?
There's two places where the water flows. One is the swale, the oval in front of it. Then if your back is to the station, the front left where the driveway goes out to Walker Brook, just beyond the gas station's property, there's a not very.
Yeah, I remember that from the site walk. It's called the concrete curb on the plan, right around the wetland plan number 4. So my question is, and this is just from the riverfront point of view and just from the wetlands, is I understand the work is pretty minimal in terms of what it's changing from a wetlands point of view. But one of the questions we have to ask ourselves is, how is what you're doing improving the existing conditions? So I'm wondering that, not going on to DOT land, because I don't think that's a reasonable request, but within your own land, what are you doing to improve the stormwater? So if the water flow is currently draining towards that red area, what can you do now while you're proposing this project to address it on your own site?
We took a hard look at what we could do on the site. We do have relatively decent information from for groundwater. Groundwater fluctuates around 4 feet in depth down to 6. We have wells on the site associated with the gas station, so we have a firm understanding of groundwater, shallow groundwater. So with shallow groundwater comes complications for underground drainage systems. We don't have the elevation separation to groundwater to provide any underground type of infiltration measures. So the only other technique that we could do would be some other sort of BMP that wouldn't promote groundwater infiltration, but some more treatment. However, that would require a quite extensive collection system that doesn't currently exist on the site. We have a collection system. If we were to put a collection system in, we would need to discharge that off the site. We do not have topographic pitch to get a pipe 3 feet underground discharging off the site, to a wetland. Generally, we have wetlands that we could discharge to, or other systems to discharge our drainage to, which we do not have on this location. So in order to address a lot of that, would be entering into a third-party agreement. We would have to chase drainage down the street to the DOT, or start soliciting neighbors for easements and things of that nature, which is an improvement that isn't really reflective of the limited scope of work. If we had a big building addition making increased business opportunities and things of that nature, which we are not, then I could see the need for additional treatment, or it makes it more reasonable to apply to this project. One other item too would be, we looked at would, to get that type of groundwater separation, what would we need to do? We would need to actually elevate the site up several feet. And unfortunately, we have a very large area of the site that's within the flood zone A. So we have a lot of restrictions here that prohibit us from implementing additional stormwater measures. So what we're doing is we are increasing and updating that stone diaphragm on the western side of the property, almost the entire length, implementing the maintenance to the best of our ability with the DOT. And we're also implementing a long-term operation and maintenance plan that doesn't currently exist on the site. As I mentioned, that wasn't a requirement back in 1970 when the project was built. So that, we'll have the inspections of the stone diaphragm, the maintenance requirements of that, call for routine sweeping during certain times of the year. So we're trying to implement what we can on the site, with, to the greatest extent practicable as it relates to the, the limit of work that is being proposed.
So when did this material come in, Chuck?
So we from Jim, I received an email Monday.
I was just wondering, based on Andrew's question as to whether or not it came in early enough for the commission members to get a chance to review it.
So,
Thoroughly.
So Jim,
Okay,
just 1 second. Jim, 1 second. So typically the commission has a 5-day review period, and we like to put things out to the commission with the packet. And when this came in on Monday, I did reach out to the chairs. They weren't available to talk to me until Tuesday. And at that point, it was decided that this did not meet our protocol, and the commission hasn't seen your latest material.
Okay, I'd just like to add, revised plans, drainage stormwater calculations that have the operation and maintenance plans in and everything were submitted to the commission on the 27th. I believe we had electronic submission on the 27th with a one-day FedEx, for delivery on the 28th. So, that material should have been, received.
Absolutely. And all
Well,
that
over
was-
2 weeks ago. There was a follow-up correspondence that was sent out a day or two ago, which basically was a reiteration almost of some comments. There was a note that the site is located in a Zone A. We concur with that. Obviously, the response to that is we are redevelopment, and to the greatest extent practicable, we are, proposing improvements to mitigate whatever we potentially can for flood for flows to the Zone A.
Okay,
Under the redevelopment regulations,
Yep.
discharges to the Zone
We've heard
A
this
are
already.
allowed.
you're saying things again that we heard earlier in your presentation.
Yep.
And I know we have a very long agenda ahead of us, so I'm a little concerned about time.
Okay.
It seems like that we're dealing with an issue that really is challenging for our commission to make a ruling on. And I would like to propose that we have a third-party review to get somebody to look at this project for us and see whether there's any way that we can protect the wetland without impacting the rights of the property owner. So I don't know if I need to say more, but is that something that we can vote on as a commission? Chuck, what's the procedure here?
And just before we take the vote, so Jim, when we sent out that information and I heard from DEP, I think the hope was that there's a solution would be discussed, would happen. You would come back and say, I get it, and the applicant is going to make these improvements. But when what you came back with was all the things that you've already stated and the fact that you're really only able to do maintenance, I think I wanted to have an opportunity to look at that more and to reach out and to get some comments from others like DEP and that. And so for those reasons, I wasn't prepared to conclude this. And there's some misconceptions, I think, with some of the things that we believe. You've stated that you only have to meet the stormwater standards to, the extent practicable, but standard 7 of redevelopment requires elimination of illicit discharges. And I don't see that it says that it doesn't require that. In our own regulations, we have a section that requires the elimination of illicit discharges also. And if for Bill, I'll say it's section 301. And we have, for your project on the site walk discovered an illicit discharge. I do not believe that it was created in the 70s. That curb cut looks like it was hacked into by somebody that was trying to take care of a ponding issue. And I get it because they're not environmentalists, but we can't, in my opinion, we cannot leave this discharge going into a Zone A. It needs to be eliminated. I will go through the definition of illicit discharge, but basically it's anything that's not storm water. And that's what we have in this. It's whatever else.
I would disagree with that. We understand it is stormwater being discharged, and however, it's not being fully treated. You know, it's not an illicit discharge. Gas is not being pumped illicitly to the wetland system. There is incidental runoff, which is existent on every gas station. Unfortunately, you know, due to our constraints, the timing that the existing gas station was built, there's no treatment that's proposed, and we're doing our best on this situation to you know, remedy that, make it better, you know. Plus our improvements that we're making are to underground water, you know, underground watertight structures that we're maintaining and operating. We're trying to be proactive instead of responding to a leaky gas tank. We're trying to maintain it the best we can, and you know, trying to do what we can that is reasonable to the greatest extent practical, you know, in line with what we're proposing to do.
No, I understand. It's a tough situation. This was not what you guys expected. You had a pretty reasonable project. This was discovered. Really, at this point, I'm only asking for the time to review it a little bit more and to, you know, it is illicit discharge. It shouldn't be going into a zone A. It's virtually untreated based on the compaction of that runoff area. You know, I get it that you said we'll do maintenance on it. You pull it up, you let it absorb into the soil. Gasoline basically sticks to soil, so that should help a little bit. That's all we get at the end of this time, then that's all we get. But like I said, I'm asking for an opportunity with your latest Monday email to get into this a little bit more and see if there can be something figured out to fix this area a bit more. I mean, certainly look at it on your side also, but it just seems you know, impossible for us to see that oily water going in to the resource area and not do anything about it. So
Okay.
that's where I'm at.
Just, two quick thoughts. One is that the section of the bylaw that you referenced doesn't specifically identify illicit discharges. It states all discharges must be appropriately treated. So whether it's illicit or not, I think it doesn't matter. It's a discharge. Could this be solved as simply as getting permission in an email from DOT to put a small section of oil absorbent boom across the curb cut and then have it replaced on a monthly or bi-monthly basis?
I don't think it would be as simple. DOT probably would not be taking on that type of responsibility. I don't think it'd be as simple as getting an email from them to commit. I could very easily say I'm currently going through DOT permitting, and it's been 9 months. And unfortunately, the timeline for this project, you know, will not support, you know, doing this next year. You know, we need to do it within the next upcoming months, or the applicant may consider other options.
Okay, Andrew has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that this project is within the riverfront area. We're not just dealing with the wetlands. I know you referenced them. So we're looking at 310 CMR 1058, particularly 5, the redevelopment within a previously developed riverfront area. And it seems that it does apply here. You are doing a change in the existing condition, which will remove village dredge or alter the riverfront area. So we do need to meet the redevelopment criteria, which is what are you doing to improve, and are you meeting the stormwater requirements? So looking at those at a surface level, I understand it's challenging to meet those and that you're working on a site that has history, but I do expect to see a plan that addresses it. That's where I'm coming from, is looking at it from the riverfront point of view.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Keeping in mind that we've been at this about 45 minutes, is there anyone in the audience or on Zoom? You can use the reaction button at the bottom and the raise hand function. Anyone in the room can raise their hand if you have any comments on this issue before we figure out how to move on to the next hearing. Are there any raised hands on Zoom? I see no raised hands in the room. I think we're going to need to continue this to January 10th because we're clearly not reaching answer here. I would like to entertain a motion to get a third-party review to see if they can come up with an answer that we haven't come up with.
Second.
You need to make the motion
Made
first.
the motion.
No, I want someone to make that motion.
I move that we request a third-party review as stated by the chair.
Is there anyone who's willing to second that?
Walt Talbot seconds.
Okay. All right, let's take a vote.
I'm mixed. I feel like we could resolve this, but I guess we're not going anywhere. So yeah, Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Walt Talbot in favor.
Bill McCants in favor.
Tony Rotalakis in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay, 600, we'll ask for a third party.
I can't hear anything.
My sound has suddenly cut out.
That,
Now I hear you.
Oh, okay. Jim, we're suggesting continuing to January 10th unless you'd rather continue to January 24th.
January 10th will be fine.
Okay. Can I have a motion for that?
Move to continue the hearing until January 10th.
Seconded.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Walt Talbot in favor.
Bill McCants in favor.
Tony Rotalakis in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Have a good evening,
Right.
everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, 37 Melbourne Ave. Continue the public hearing on a request for determination of applicability filed by Brian and Francis Heslin under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant proposes to construct a 16 by 16-foot deck and a 16 by 20-foot two-story addition off the rear of the house constructed on a new concrete pad foundation. All of the work is within the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division webpage under Project by Year, Assessor's Map 11, Lot 156, file number 2023-20. Okay, do we have somebody here from 37 Melbourne?
running a little late. Me, not the owner of 37 Melbourne. Hold on one second.
Right.
Could the applicant raise their hand? That might help me find you quicker. There's people on the screen. Use the raise hand function to do that.
The raise hand function is in the reaction button at the bottom.
Yep, I see. Yep. 1 second, Fran. Okay. You can unmute and, yep, there you are.
There we go. Yeah. I was trying to unmute and say I'm here.
Okay, so we left the last meeting with a request of planting plan and some other things. So Martha, did you want to catch us up to date, or Fran, did you want to let us know what you've been working on, what you submitted to the commission between meetings?
So we submitted a, I guess a runoff plan and planting plan. We're also requesting to add the 8 by 15 foot shed to the permit. The plan we submitted also shows the stockpile area, as well as the erosion control. Let's see here. And we agreed to remove the trampoline when it's no longer used.
Chuck, are you able to put the updated plan up on the screen? Or is,
Which,
So let me see if I can actually share my screen this time.
yeah, maybe that will work better. These are a little, you might know them a little bit better than I do. So I have them ready if you need help.
Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing where the permissions are that I need to.
You should have permission just to hit screen share and then,
It's kind of the top middle of the,
you want me to just to show the one with the species and scientific names as you start here? Okay.
Yes.
Here we go.
so you've got an area shown on that, and shown what plants you're planning to put in it.
Yes.
I believe those are all ground cover kind of species, or are some of them shrubs?
No, a couple of them are shrubs.
Okay, none of them are trees, though?
No, we don't have space for tree back there.
Okay. I know on your property, when we were there, I noticed there was no native vegetation, just 2 trees. Have there been more trees on your property in the past?
There were 2 other maples and a white pine at one point.
Okay, so if you had 3 other trees on your property, how is there not enough room for trees?
No, there's not room to put one in the wetland.
Okay. But what about trees somewhere in the zone of natural vegetation, which is the 25-foot line? I think it's a red line on your picture there.
We have a big maple right in the middle there that has expanded quite significantly and will not allow another tree to grow right near it like that.
Okay.
Is that their,
That's
Red-
the maple, and it actually looks smaller there, but it's much bigger.
it's like it's
Canopy.
split leader. Is it 3 leaders coming out of the ground there? This looks like 3 separate trees. So I was just wondering if it was like a,
No, it's a maple that the trunk seems to have split a few different ways.
sure. So right here, this is Oxbow's wetland line, and I think the applicant has showed about 10 feet or 5 feet in front of it, or 10 feet, that there's a planting area that has all like 2s on it. I'm
No,
gonna go back to that. It's, oops, this one here. These
Yes.
2.
yeah, the 2s are ground cover. Which
So-
from what
Wetland area. And this
Right.
is our zone of natural vegetation, but I didn't know what the distance is between say, like this 3 and this 2. So is that 10 feet? Is that 5 feet?
I'm figuring 5 feet.
5 feet. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the other plan.
Okay, so your planting plan has about a 5-foot buffer outside the wetland line?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else you wanted to mention, or can I ask for questions from the commission?
Is the shed maybe a good idea?
Well, the shed is already on the plot plan. Oh, well, it's not on your plan. I drew it in on my plan.
Right.
The shed is over here.
Yeah, it's over there on the right-hand side.
Looks like it was right here.
Yeah, yeah, it already exists. So they took down the shed that's on the paper plan, which was on the left side.
Right, and the
You can
shed
see it
that
in
was
that picture
under, and the shed that was under the deck as well.
Mhm.
Okay. And they've added already the 8x15 shed on the right-hand side of the property.
Correct.
And it's outside the 35-foot no structure zone.
Correct. And it's 5 feet from the property, well, actually more than 5 feet from the property line.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Chuck, before we ask commission members?
No, I can
Okay,
run down.
all right. Anybody in the room? Questions? Comments?
I still haven't given up on the idea of at least one tree. It's hard to tell from the angle here exactly how widespread the canopy is, but you would think there's some room off to the right of this view where a tree can go. It doesn't have to go in the wetlands.
There are 2 pines in the wetlands, right there where you're circling. There are 2 pine trees right there.
And what about above that?
And there's the maple right above that. There's actually one of those pines is maple.
Okay, yeah, I can't tell from there. I just always prefer trees.
Mm-hmm.
So this aerial photo doesn't show a pine in that area.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Pine on someone else's.
Probably because it's eclipsed by the maple.
So, but you said there was one in this area.
There's one right by the A6 flag. Actually, that's the shadow of it.
Okay, I see that. Okay,
And then there's one by the A5. They're pretty close together. And as I mentioned in the last meeting, this property line is skewed down and to the left. So it's not 100% accurate. The left line runs right next to that row of arborvitae there.
2 shrubs,
And the back line,
tree or shrubs.
you can see the fence shadow. The back line is basically flags A7 or A7, A6, A5, and A4 are within our fence line.
Okay, so if you're confident that there's not room for trees, then we probably should shift the conversation to shrubs. My understanding from Martha says you have primarily entirely ground cover plants.
The
in
list I was given lists the one that's labeled number 2 as ground cover. The
Can you-
rest are not listed as ground cover.
Okay, Chuck, can you pull up that planting plan again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, look at me. See if we get rid of this and that helps. There.
Okay. I would love to have,
I think number
Here.
I think number 1 is a shrub.
number 1, yep, that's true. Amelanchier, okay. And so you've got
How many of those?
2 number 1s.
Mhm.
Oh, 2 shrubs and the rest ground cover?
Yeah. Could we increase the number of those shrubs a little bit?
Sure.
By 2?
Yeah, can we make it 4 shrubs?
Sure, yeah, we can probably put them. I don't know where they would go, like by that number 5. And maybe the number 4 at the far right. Sorry,
Sure.
this one and this one.
Well, we can't see, but maybe Chuck on his can point to what you're thinking about.
Oh, I thought you could see my cursor, sorry.
We can only see Chuck. Okay, so
Okay.
Chuck, go down and to the left just a little till you hit a 4.
My left?
That's too far.
So 2 over to that 5,
Okay, keep going to your.
right there.
Yeah,
Up
so
above.
put a shrub there.
Yeah,
Okay, and then continuing over towards the point.
yeah, and the
Shrub.
last 4 by the point.
Yeah, right there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If we have seen where we're talking about, can we stop sharing so that I can see hands from the commission?
Andrew Shriven has his hand up. I just think he might be talking about the plan, so I just leave it up for.
Okay, Andrew.
Yeah, leave the plan up. So one, thank you for the planting plan, and I think that is a nice improvement over what's currently there to get some new plants there. But I do take a little issue that there's no space for a tree. I don't mind that there's a trampoline there, but in that zone, just closer to where the trampoline is, would be a great spot for a tree.
We can put one there once we get rid of the trampoline.
That's the part I don't. I would rather see the tree now planted. It's not going to be big, right? So I think in the end they'll work. By the time that tree is more mature and taking up more space, you're going to want to take that trampoline down. So I'd rather see the tree planted now rather than wait till the trampoline is gone.
Okay, good point, Andrew. So if you started with a smallish tree, then in 10 years, it'll be big enough to be in conflict with the trampoline, but by then you probably won't need the trampoline.
Yep.
Okay, so does that, Andrew, would you prefer that and go back to just the 2 shrubs, or are you asking for that in addition to the extra 2 shrubs?
There's a lot of plantings there, and I'm not familiar with them, so I don't have a strong opinion on the shrubs, but I would like to see a tree planted.
Okay, all right. Any thoughts?
I would say I like the planting plan. I think it's pretty dense, and we're getting some varieties that we typically don't see homeowners proposing, and I like that. I also don't think we should necessarily be telling people where they should be putting trees in their own yard.
Okay,
No, but I just take issue that there is space there. You can put it where you want, but I'd like to see a tree.
Bill.
Yeah, I really just want to encourage the 4 shrub idea, since, within what you've already planned, and thank you for that. It seems to me, regardless of what happens with the tree, that getting 4 shrubs in there really could be beneficial. So just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Bill, do you have a preference of also a tree in addition to the 4 shrubs, or do you not care about having a tree?
With 4 shrubs, I'll just say I'm neutral on the tree. Thanks.
Okay.
It sounds like it's yeses all around. We have a plan, 4 shrubs and a tree. Sounds like the only question is from Tony, does the commission want the tree in the zone of natural vegetation area or anywhere as long as another tree is planted within the 100-foot buffer zone?
I'm cool with putting it any place they want as long as it's within the 100-foot buffer zone.
Okay,
What about you?
Agree. We got an agreement here. Any objections from the rest of the commission? Seeing none.
Okay, so that's the motion we're gonna ask for. Anybody want to put that in words? Or should I say it and you just say that one?
Say,
So moved.
yeah,
Okay, so what we're moving is adding 2 shrubs to the planting plan in the locations that we designated and asking the homeowner to put a native tree such as an oak or a red maple or something like that, somewhere within the 100-foot buffer zone area. And Andrew has suggested the trampoline area, but that's not required. You can make your choice.
Right.
That's the motion.
This is Brian. I make that motion.
Second.
Okay,
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Walt Talbot in favor.
Bill McCants in favor.
Tony Rotalakis in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay, so I think that covers everything that you needed to get approval. Are there any outstanding questions?
Walter has his hand up.
Walter?
Wasn't there a discussion about the drainage off the new roof and the new work?
That's
Yeah.
right.
That's shown on the plat plan that Chuck had up there.
And can you tell us in words what your stormwater management plan is?
It's gonna be a drip trench along the new roof line and also sections of the existing roof line.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Walter? Okay. Is there anybody in the room or on Zoom? You can use the reaction button and the raise hand function. Who has any comments on this project? Okay.
So we can vote to close
Right.
the amended plan.
Yeah, I think we can actually close this one. Is that all right with you, Chuck?
Absolutely.
All right.
This is Brian. I make a motion to close the hearing on 37 Melbourne.
So Andrew, I'll second that, and I'm in favor.
Walt Talbot's in favor.
Bill McCants in favor.
Tony Rotalakis in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay, having closed, this was a RDA. So in order for them to have permission to do this project, they want us to vote a negative RDA. If we vote negative, then you get to build it. So is there somebody?
Brian, make a motion that we vote a negative determination for 37 Melbourne.
Andrew Gibbon, I second, and I'm in favor.
Walter Talbot's in favor.
Bill McCants in favor.
Tony Rotalakis in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. All right, thank you very much. Good luck with your project, Fran.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right?
Okay. 41 Winter Street, open the public hearing on a notice of intent filed by John Burns, Winter Street, Reading LLC pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw 7.1. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing single-family home and shed, remove a paved driveway and the existing degraded areas, cut and cap existing utilities and construct a new single-family house, paved driveway, install utilities, lawn, and an enhancement planning area to reestablish the 25-foot buffer zone. The work is in the 100-foot buffer zone and the riverfront area. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division page under the project by year Assessor's Map 9, Lot 3, DEP file number 270-0778. Okay. 41.
Jack Sullivan here. And I'll bring the plan up, Jack, and you can start, state your name for the record, and I'll have the plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, commission members. For the record, my name is Jack Sullivan. I'm the owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group. This project's at 41 Winter Street. This project, the owner is seeking to demolish an existing single-family home, remove existing degraded areas, demolish a shed, remove a paved driveway, cut and cap existing utilities, with the majority of this work occurring within the 200-foot riverfront area and within the 100-foot bordering vegetated buffer to a wetland resource area. The owner is seeking to construct a new single-family house, a paved driveway, new utilities, a lawn area, and enhancement plantings to reestablish the 25-foot planted buffer to the bordering vegetated wetlands. The majority of the new house is outside of the 200-foot riverfront area. There's no work proposed within the 100-foot inner riparian buffer, excluding the native plantings we're proposing. The existing house was constructed in 1894, and the lot existed prior to the Riverfront Act being enacted. This project is a redevelopment of the riverfront area. The lot is a little over an acre in square footage. There's a perennial brook to the rear of the property, and there's BVW that comes up into the lawn area on this project. The commission will see there's a large amount of impervious surfaces on this project. We have a total riverfront area of 33,682 square feet. Within the riverfront area, the existing impervious area is 4,354 square feet. And the proposed impervious areas is 476 square feet within the riverfront. So we're going to be reducing the amount of impervious cover within the riverfront by 3,878 square feet. So it's a sizable improvement. Impervious areas within the 100-foot BVW, the existing impervious area is 7,655 square feet. We're proposing 3,488 square feet. So there'll be a reduction of 4,167 square feet of impervious area. So when I looked at this project, since it is in the riverfront area, I tried to locate the new home as far from the river as I could. No works within 100 feet of the riverfront, and all the works further away than the limits of the degraded areas for this project. As part of the riverfront redevelopment, I looked at the performance standards for the redevelopment. One, the proposed work results in an improvement over existing conditions. That's obvious with the amount of impervious surfaces we're removing. We're removing a shed as one of the impervious surfaces that's well within the 25-foot BVW. And we're looking to put in a number of plantings that don't exist today. Number two, the proposed work is within previously disturbed areas. No work within 100 feet of the inner riparian buffer will take place. As far as stormwater for this project, typically for new construction, and the commission knows this, I usually try to put in some sort of dry well or infiltration area for the house. In this case, we're making such a tremendous reduction in impervious surfaces. So as I stated in the beginning, we're reducing the impervious surfaces by 3,878 square feet within the riverfront area. So that's a huge reduction. So the only drainage that I was looking to put in for this project is the proposed driveway will drain back towards the garage on this house. So I do have a trench drain that will drain out to an existing drain manhole, and there's a drain easement on the left side of this property. As I said, there'll be a reduction of degraded areas. We are proposing, and this will be open for further discussion, we're showing a tremendous amount of plantings to be done between the BVW and the 25-foot buffer zone. When I did drop this to Chuck, when we submitted this application, he asked, I had shown a no-cut area, that's a lawn area within the wetland area, just to allow it to go back to natural. There's over 4,000 square feet of lawn area that I was just going to propose as a no-cut zone. Chuck had asked if I'd be open to spreading some of these plantings out in planting that area, I said, yeah, that's open for discussion. So the what I'm showing that's presented in front of you tonight, over 2,900 square feet of existing lawn area will be converted to a planting area. And then we can have further discussion on the remaining 4,600 square feet of lawn area that exists within the wetland area. Norse Environmental did do all the wetland flagging for the bank flags and the bordering vegetated wetland flags. I know Maureen, she submitted the data forms that you now look for with the notice of intent. I know there was a site walk done. Chuck had mentioned in an email to me today that there were some questions on some of the A-series flags in the lawn area. Maureen Harold of Norse Environmental did send Chuck an email today saying the yard's a historic fill area, so it's very hard to tell where the hydric soils are because there was a lot of mixing because of the historic fill. She looked for sedges sprouting within the lawn areas to give her an idea of where that wetland line came up. That's the flags 10A through 13A in the rear yard. That's how she established the line. So there's a lot going on this lot. It's really the existing condition. There was a lot going on. And when I first submitted this, Chuck did go back and he can speak to it, but he did look at aerial photos to see if a lot of these pavement and impervious areas existed back to aerial maps from 1995. And it does appear it did exist. It's just there's a tremendous amount of filling, disturbance, impervious surfaces. So the overall proposed project is going to be a huge increase over what's there now, as far as plantings, removal of impervious surfaces, and moving work areas further away from the brook. I believe I should note, Chuck, if you can just pan up a little bit, I believe we're showing 2 trees to be removed as part of this project. Most right where the proposed house is a 16-inch tree and an 18-inch tree. It's outside the 200-foot riverfront area, but it is within the 100-foot BVW area. But you'll be able to see by the mix of shrubs, plants, trees that we're putting back, we're planting back a tremendous amount of vegetation on this site. I think at this point, I'll turn it over to the commission, and I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, we made a site visit on a very rainy Monday morning this week. So the conditions were quite wet that day. Is there anybody who was on that site visit that would like to do the explanation of what we saw? Walter has his hand up.
Well, I'll just comment on a few things. Obviously, this is going to be a wonderful project for the town of Reading to get done and protecting our wetlands. My question when I first got there was, I noticed 2 storm drains at the curbs, and the left one, the north one, looks like it goes to some kind of catch basin. Then I wasn't sure where it went from there. And the right one, I have no idea where it went to. Could you please address that?
Yep. So as you're looking at the plan, there's a catch basin at the intersection of Winter and Orange Street. From that catch basin, it drains out directly along the left side of the property. There's a drain easement there. It goes out to a drain manhole, and then from that drain manhole, there's an 18-inch drain line that outlets around flag 17A, right by that shed, if you see it, Chuck.
Yeah, I see the shed.
Yep, yep. So there's an outlet, right? There's an 18-inch RCP outlet. Even that pipe, I saw sections of the pipe exposed when I was doing the survey work. You could see some of the sections of pipe had pulled away and earth was in it. It is a town easement, but that's how the drainage works. It all outlets through that drain easement. Then it runs overland back out towards the wetland and the brook area.
Anything else, Walter?
And the one on the other side? the south side?
The one on the other side, that catch basin goes out to the drain manhole in Winter Street. Then it goes down Winter Street towards Orange Street to that other drain manhole, then out to the catch basin, and then that outlets all to that drain manhole and out through the 18-inch line. So all that drainage is moving out through that drain easement.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Bill.
Thanks. Jack, thank you for, as usual with you, a very thorough presentation. I happened to visit the site on Sunday when the rain was just getting started, so it wasn't nearly as wet as I'm sure it was Monday morning. So as you've shared and as the presentation shows, a lot of degraded areas are going to be reduced, etc., the plantings, but it's a little hard to follow. So that's where this question comes from. The sentence says the owner is seeking to construct a new single-family house, a paved driveway, new utilities, and then it says lawn area. So wondering, is this new lawn area separate from the other lawn areas you've already talked about? And just to know, so you know where I'm coming from, some of us who attended Mass DEP Northeast Region training last May, the DEP made the point that converting impervious surface to lawn is not considered either restoration or mitigation. Now, I'm not saying it's necessarily part of your calculations. I just wanted to be sure that if some of that impervious surface is being converted to new lawn, you're not calculating it as either restoration or mitigation.
I was actually taking credit for the lawn. So behind the proposed house, the rear yard up to the 12-inch diameter mulch sock was going to be a lawn area. And you can see in that area, that's where a lot of the asphalt, there's an old concrete foundation, a concrete pad. We were removing all that. So I was taking credit for it because I wasn't viewing the lawn as impervious.
Fair enough. So really, I'm just sharing what DEP happened to say. I know Martha was there for that too. Now, converting lawn to a natural area is not restoration, but maybe mitigation. DEP also said that. So I was very happy to see where you're taking existing lawn and letting it go natural. And even in DEP's view, at least what we heard in May, that could be considered mitigation. So the math may all still balance out, but I thought since DEP had, gone to the trouble of turning us in this way, that I would make that comment. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit more about our site visit. I think the existing concrete foundation you mentioned must have been a swimming pool because we saw a swimming pool slide and also a swimming pool liner dumped in the property someplace, along with quite a lot of other trash, including a barrel in the back, 3 barrels, and some cinder blocks. Do you have plans to remove that trash?
Yes.
Good.
Yep. The owner who I believe is on this call, we want to clean this site up. We know it, and he'll take care of any of the cleanup.
Okay, yeah, it just amazing amounts of trash.
Yeah.
I can't imagine somebody filling a swimming pool and just dumping the whole plastic liner in the back next to the stream. But that's where it is. I also noticed that you have some knotweed near the shed you're planning to remove and some Phragmites in the back near where the barrels are. And so I'm a little concerned about the statement in the rectangle saying existing lawn area proposed to be a no-cut area allowed to be grow back to a natural state. I'm afraid it's going to grow back to knotweed and Phragmites. Can you have some sort of invasive management as part of your vegetation plan so that we don't end up with those invasives expanding over the space. When you-
Yeah, we could come up with something and there might be some discussion, like I have that as a no-cut area. Chuck had asked if I could spread out some of the plantings and plant some of that area. So we're willing to do that as well. If unless people think having it as a no-cut area and just let it come back natural and try to have that sort of plan so invasives don't just populate that area. We're open for that discussion.
Yeah, no, I like the idea of spreading out the plantings. It seems kind of funny to have a strip of planting and then a big bare space behind it. So I think the spreading out the plantings was good, but I think also, you know, the homeowners need to understand that they have to beat back the Phragmites and beat back the knotweed, or they're just gonna have those taking over that area.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm disappointed that your planting plan does not include any red maples. So I'd suggest adding some red maples to the list, not just spreading out the list, but also, you know, red maples are found on the properties on either side. In the back there where this property was filled, but on either side, you've got a native red maple swamp. So it would be good to match the neighboring red maple area.
I can add some red maples.
That would be great. Maybe 3?
Yeah, I had shown 2 river birch trees, and if we're going to spread out some of these plantings, I could do 3. I think the idea, it's a bit dense what we were planting back within the 25-foot zone, so I'd like to try to take those plants, spread them as much as I can, and I can add the 3 trees in and see how we fill that area. So overall, you know, we'll be planting over 7,000 square feet of area, and we can do that with some sort of native wetland mix and in the plantings all spread out.
Okay. All right, and I guess I have a note here about the cofferdams that seem to be lining the stream channel. Do you know anything about the history of those?
I do not, but I saw it when I was out there as well.
Okay.
I don't know any of the history on it though.
And are you planning to leave those in place?
I'm not touching them. Yeah, I saw some, like, it looked like some monitoring pipes, some different things back there. As you know, it's pretty thick back there because everything that grows, it's hard to even walk back to the bank. So I'm not I wasn't planning on touching anything back there.
Yeah. From when we went to visit, we were looking out across open water to see the 5B flag on the bank. We couldn't possibly get to that bank without
Swimming.
well, at least fishermen's waders. My tall boots weren't going to be good enough.
Yeah.
So I guess what I would like to ask the commission members is, are we comfortable with the location of those flags, or did we want to ask for a third-party review of the flag line? And I had that as a question, but I don't know what everybody else thinks.
Chuck, when I looked at the information packet, I didn't see the wetland delineation forms. Is that something that we got but never got posted?
No, we didn't get those. Maureen at North let me know that she was confused about that, and I left it to, since it's a new process that we're asking for, I left it up to the commission at this meeting to request them. So if that's what you need or anything else, just make it part of your request.
I'd like to request those.
Yeah.
Jack, also when we were out there, it's pretty clear that the site's been filled and worked and reworked many times over the years. It's noticeably higher in elevation than the surrounding properties. There's some rather interesting vegetation patterns in the back that it looks like there's a kind of a sedgy area that kind of transitions to a grass it looks like it does get mowed on a somewhat frequent basis because there aren't a lot of shrubs or woody vegetation growing up through there. We did pull a couple of augers from the soil profile along the wetland line, and it looked to us that the wetland line may actually need to be pushed out a little bit farther to the west. So that would be to the bottom of the map.
Yeah.
Just with some rough coring, it looked like at least 20 feet. We were getting some orange staining about a foot from below top of grade, which would be within the wetland soil zone. And so that's why Martha brought up the note about possibly getting the wetland line confirmed by a third party.
Okay, understood. I know through that area when Maureen did flag it, she called me when she was out on site and told me with the amount of fill out there and disturbance, it was difficult to tell where it was. So she made her opinion. I did think she prepared the data forms and sent them by email to Chuck. Were people saying they didn't receive them?
That's what they're saying, Jack, and
Okay.
I don't know if she sent them separately, it might have got missed.
So if she prepared them, can she send them again?
Yes.
To prepare.
Mhm. That would be great.
Yeah.
Okay. So even if she sends the data forms, do we want to ask for a third-party review? Or are we comfortable?
I'd like to ask for a third party review. I think it's a tricky line.
Okay, all right. Anybody on the
Although I would
commission
also-
on the screen? Do you guys think a third-party review is the way to go?
Well, I would also like to ask if that line does get pushed farther to the west by 20 or 30 feet, would it have a significant impact on the project? Other than identifying lines for erosion control and
20 or 30 feet, I'm sure it would. So
Maybe not.
I don't think it would. Are you saying like flags 10A to 13A might move upland towards Winter Street?
I was thinking
30 feet.
12A.
Yeah. Right.
So you can see the 25 and 35-foot buffers were still, even if those moved, we'd still be well away from the rear of the proposed house.
Right, and then the 100-foot buffer line, where would that come in?
That would end up out on the street.
Yeah.
When we were there, we measured from the corner of the pool foundation to where you were augering.
Yeah.
That was 94, 95 feet.
Okay.
So if it did come in significantly, that could be an issue depending on how strict we will be.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking, you've got 44.4 feet measuring from the corner of the house to 17A. So, you know,
Yeah, if something happened on that side, it could impact it.
Right.
I was thinking more out and back, but
yeah, but that's what I'm thinking is what we're questioning is the 13A to 10A line. And even if that came in quite a ways, you'd still possibly be 44 feet from the wetland line. So,
right.
yeah. Okay. So, I think Andrew had his hand up and then it disappeared. Andrew, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts. Some of it's related to the riverfront, but while we're on the topic of the flags, I don't think they're gonna have an impact on what's being proposed now. But if the future owner wants to put on a patio or anything like that, that's where it might have an impact. So I guess I would be prone to saying, let's not approve the flags, or we get in a third party review to get that line better established. Just for any future work that might happen on the site. But that being said, it doesn't seem like it'll impact the proposed structure. So getting onto the rest of my comments, just reiterating or following up on what Bill said about given that the site has been entirely, all the trees over the years have been cut down and then filled, and it's now largely turf. I want to kind of just think through the riverfront numbers differently. So it's almost entirely, the impervious areas are easy, but if you use the existing lawn is being degraded as well. I want to think through the riverfront numbers, and I am just having trouble, but if you can help me with that, Jack, it seems like you might be back. But if you look at the existing lawn as being degraded, and then you have like 30,000 square feet of riverfront, and like a good portion of that has been degraded. Now you're coming in and you're mitigating a lot of it, and you're still replacing the lawn. I just want to have more concrete numbers of what's being proposed, given that we're taking lawn to still be degraded from the riverfront. And then looking at the aerials, like Martha was saying, this area was clear cut. Certainly no time recently, but there's trees all around it. So if we could get some more trees in the planting plan, I think that would be a great thing to do. All that being said, this project is a vast improvement over what is there now. So I appreciate it. This is more for me a kind of a good exercise of how we could think through the riverfront, and one that's not controversial.
Yeah. And just Andrew, on the degraded areas, I didn't take any credit on lawn areas. All the degraded areas are either asphalt or concrete on this site.
In that 4,000 number.
Yeah, it's nothing to any lawn areas. I didn't take any. I didn't call it degraded. Would be absence of any topsoil. I think that's the definition of it. So there's topsoil in those lawn areas. So it's just concrete and pavement areas. So when I did my summary table, it's just those impervious surfaces.
The topsoil is our criteria, because I mean that area is. There's fill, that's why we're having trouble determining the wetland line. I would say that's been degraded. Again, this is more just kind of trying to think through how the riverfront applies in one where, how to make sense of it.
Right.
So yeah, but anyhow, I fully support what you're doing here, and but I do want to get some of these numbers kind of worked out for my own good and to understand how the riverfront applies to this site.
Okay.
All right,
I have one.
Brian.
Actually, 2 points. The first is, I want to emphasize that when it comes to the debris that has to be cleaned up, you need to look all around, because basically it's on all sides. Most of it is off to the right, but there is some on all sides, so be sure the whole area is looked at. The main point I have, though, is about the stockpile area. So you've designated one stockpile area. Is that going to be used for the pavement that's dug up, and then for the house that's torn down, and then for the building material coming in, or are you planning on putting that in different places?
It's really, probably when they're doing some of the, like you said, when they're removing some of the pavement area, it might temporarily be stockpiled in those areas until they can truck it off site. But mainly it's for, ultimately when they end up bringing loam in or soil to grade the backyard out. As far as other materials for the house, those would be out front somewhere. I could show a separate area where staging areas could be for some of the home construction materials, like the lumber and stuff like that.
So do you have a sense of how long the torn up pavement and what have you might be sitting there before it's trucked out?
It wouldn't be long, maybe a day.
Also pretty much right away.
Yep.
Okay.
Piggybacking on Brian, I assume your construction entrance is going to be the existing bituminous concrete driveway?
That's right. There's a note on the plan saying use existing paved driveways as a temporary construction entrance during demolition activity. So I did note that.
Yep, you're right. I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a lot of little notes all over the place.
Yeah, there's a lot of notes on this.
Okay. Anybody else on the commission with questions or comments on this?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay, Bill?
Thank you. So Jack, to circle back then, the new lawn, as I understand it, per Mass DP, it's not degraded, but you don't get credit for it as restoration and mitigation. That said, I really like this idea, rather than just letting the lawn grow wild, of having plantings, as others have said. And even DEP says that while that's not restoration, it may be mitigation. And, you know, when they talk about converting lawn to a natural area, I don't think they just mean let the grass grow. So I would be very supportive of there being a more active plan there of going towards natural plantings. And I think that would help preserve the square footage mitigation that you want to be able to take credit for. So I just wanted to circle back and say that.
Yep, I'm in agreement, and your fellow commissioners basically said the same thing, and Chuck noted it when I submitted the notice of intent, so I'll make that change on the plan.
Okay, and I just saw Walter raised his hand. Walter?
Yeah. Adding to that plantings, can we put some trees in?
Yeah, I was gonna add the 3 maple trees that Martha asked for, and I'm showing 2 river birch trees, so we'd have a total of 5 trees. And then I have a bunch of different shrubs and plants, and we'll also do a wetland mix.
Well, it's quite a bit of an area. I think you could probably add even some more than that, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, I can. I know the trees get expensive, so and it's such a large area. I'll talk with my client about it. There might be the ability to do some more.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody in the room who has questions or comments on this project? Okay, anybody online? Chuck, did you have things you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was going to answer, but I'm in the room. Jack, I just wanted to let you know that we just had a big project on West Street, and it was in the riverfront. And they were doing a tear down, and they did a lot of restoration there also. And we required infiltration of the property. So of the new house. So I'm not sure the commission, you know, when they think about this, wants to set a new precedent that sometimes it's okay not to have infiltration. Because I don't think we've ever allowed a project to go through our, you know, purview and discussion without getting some sort of rooftop infiltration. And usually it's either the entire house or the addition that's been proposed. So that's one of my comments. Second comment, oh, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just say, so, you know, when I come in front of you, I always show drainage. But in this case, we're reducing the impervious cover within the 100-foot BVW by over 4,000 square feet. That's it. That's like 2 homes that we're removing. So in this case, one of the, you know, when you look through stormwater management, if you're able to reduce impervious areas and put them back to pervious, you get credit through low impact design. I feel you wouldn't be setting a precedent because in this case, there's such a dramatic reduction. Usually, you know, when people are redeveloping, there's a slight increase and they have to provide the drainage as mitigation. In this case, we're removing so much. Obviously, I'm open to other commission members' thoughts or what people have on this, but it's such an extreme case in this with how much we're removing.
What's happening to the roof runoff in your project? Is it going into gutters or just dripping off the edge?
It would go into gutters and then down, and then just discharge onto the ground.
Okay. And your
and drainage patterns would be basically what they are today.
And the ground is sloping downhill from Winter Street towards the wetland.
Correct.
Okay.
And what I did on the, if you look at the right side of the project, I did show like a 98 contour line. I'm creating a little swale there. So any water running off, I'm making sure it gets directed not towards the abutter, but that it would take it to the back of the lot like it always has.
Keeping an eye on the clock, I think we were talking about third-party review. So maybe any further questions can come up at our next hearing and continue this one so that we can keep going.
Let's give Jack some direction on the infiltration. What do commission members think? Because he could work on it in between if that, I mean, I remind you that even at 88 Coolidge or 88 Glenmere, we required them to do infiltration. So I understand what you're saying, Jack. There's a lot of impervious being removed. I don't see them as a swap. I like that. It's part of our MS4 permit, new permit with the town. The engineering department likes to track it. We talked about that at our last meeting, because there were some people that didn't think that should change, so we kept it on that one, and I think we should keep it on this one too for all those reasons that we came up with that at the last meeting. So I think that's just a requirement of Reading and our new MS4 permit, and it with discussions of the engineering department. So not sure.
So Andrew had his hand up.
Yep.
I just want to second what you're saying, Jack. I hear both sides, Jack. You are improving the stormwater management of the site, but it is a large single-family home that's being proposed, and it would make sense to keep up with what we expect of any other home if it weren't in a similar situation. So I would like to see something proposed.
Anybody
That's it.
else with thoughts one way or the other?
I see Bill.
Bill's
Yep.
hand.
Chuck, I appreciate the reminder about the MS4 permit. And you're absolutely right. We had discussed that at length, and I had even pointed out that was also a big issue when I was on the commission in Belmont. So I would weigh that in favor of requiring the infiltration, but thank you for the reminder.
Much as it pains me to agree with everybody else, I do.
All right.
Okay,
So it sounds like we have
okay.
enough. And Jack, the
All right.
only other thing I wanted to say to you and the commission is that I'm not so interested in getting the wetland line reviewed if you wanted to make an adjustment. We're getting into winter, it may not get done, it could slow down the project. I don't know if Tony would agree to an adjustment that we agree on, you agree on, Tony, and then we could approve that one. So maybe
that was actually my concern too, Chuck, with the time, but by the time we get a third-party reviewer lined up, if the ground freezes and they say they can't get till the spring, I know my client's hoping to, get approvals, and he's looking to start construction before spring, or at least the demo work.
Tony is shaking his head. He thinks that that's fine. We'll make an adjustment. We'll have that available to you. I'll just email you. We'll just set up another site visit.
If we do that, can we specify that we are not approving the wetland line for purposes of future projects? Or are we gonna come up with our
We
own?
can nail it down.
Okay. All right,
I think we're pretty close. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
all right. I'm willing to go with that then. I just know sometimes we've said we approve the project, but we don't approve the wetland line. And we could have done it. that
Mostly
way.
with RDAs, with notices of intent, we really want to get the wetland line correct.
Okay, that's the difference.
Kind of like the starting gate
Okay.
of the race.
All right, so we are not going for a third-party review, but we are gonna ask to continue this hearing so that Jack can come back with a stormwater management plan.
Infiltration, stormwater management plan. So I'm not sure what Maureen said, but I'll just read this stuff into the record. So the wetland standards, so the wetland information that we want, identify what standards was used to define the wetland, a summary of the methods used to delineate the wetland, provide copies of the data forms and how the project meets or doesn't meet the standards, the affected resource areas. So they're in our packet for the notice of intent, submittal checklist on the Conservation Division page. Maureen knows this. I understand that it's new, but it's gonna have to get, we need a rough draft at some point, and then we can just update it for each ongoing submittal after that, so. Be great to get it. And maybe she did it, like you said, she said, I missed it. That could certainly be the case.
So Jack, are you okay with it January 10th revisit? Or you want to go 24th?
I'll do January 10th.
Okay, ready for me?
Sure.
This is Brian, to make a motion to continue 41 Winter Street to January 10th.
This is Tony, I second it.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Walter Talbot in favor.
Bill McCants in favor.
Rhoda Lakis in favor.
I'm all in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay. We're making progress here. Thank you, Jack.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, Jack.
Good night.
Zero Annette Lane. Do we have people here for Zero Annette Lane?
Sure. Could you just raise your hand so I could identify you out of?
Right. While you're doing that, open the public hearing on a notice of intent filed by Peter Siebold pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant is proposing construction of a single-family dwelling with driveway and associated grading within the 100-foot buffer zone of bordering vegetated wetlands and the installation of an elevated boardwalk between Annette Lane and Applegate Lane that will cross a BVW. The boardwalk will be constructed on helical piers and will have minimal wetland impact. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division page under the project by year, Assessors Map 38, Lot 139, DEP file number 270-0780.
So if I can jump in.
Mhm.
Seems like we need a site visit.
Yep.
We haven't done it. Also, seems like the clock is ticking. So I would like to suggest that we take this time to pick a date for the visit and then continue to the next meeting.
I think that would be great.
Maybe we would let Joe Orzel give his presentation and hear that. And then shortly after that,
Great.
let's talk about the site visit. So I think that probably would be good.
Okay, so not having questions and comments from the commission today because we want to go on the site visit first.
Certainly could say, let's set a time limit of 15 minutes and see what we can do within that time.
About the whole project.
Something to that effect. But I think not having the site visit in place is going to restrict us at some point from closing. And I did reach out to the firm and let them know that we would want to take a site visit. They're eager to understand what day that would happen.
Okay,
With that, Joe, are you able to share screen or would you?
If you can pull up the plans, that'd be great.
All right. Okay, I'm hoping I prepared them.
If not, I can probably share.
Okay, hold on a second.
so you understand, we'd love to hear from you, but we'd like to hear from you briefly.
Yes, I do understand that, and I was preparing to just do a brief presentation today because I know you have a long agenda, and as was stated, we do have a site visit to schedule.
All righty. I'm
Uh,
good.
So I think, for the record, my name is Joe Orzel. I'm a professional wetland scientist with Lucas Environmental, and I'm here tonight representing the applicant and property owner, Peter Siebold. I believe Peter is present in person tonight. As was noted in the introduction, DEP has issued a file number for the site, 780, with no technical comments. We're proposing a single-family house with the driveway, associated grading, infiltration chambers within the 100-foot buffer zone to BVW. The entire site is within the 100-foot buffer zone. Wetlands, the wetland boundaries on the site have been previously approved through an order of resource area delineation that is current through, I think, March of next year. The site is primarily wooded and undeveloped. There is an existing 50-foot wide sewer easement that crosses the site between Annette Lane and Applegate Lane. The applicant is proposing to build the boardwalk that was described through that area, the sewer easement. This is being proposed as was requested by the town planner as a public benefit for people to cross between those two roads without walking through the wetland itself. As was noted, the boardwalk is proposed to be constructed on helical piers. It's about 4 feet wide, raised off of the wetland to allow any water flow and some light underneath there. Current vegetation in that area is fairly sparse where the boardwalk is proposed to go through. It's mostly ferns, a couple of pepperbush shrubs, but we can take a look at that when we do our site walk. Let's see. As far as construction for the house and the driveway, no foundation construction or structures are proposed within 35 feet of the wetlands. There is a minimal amount of work proposed within 25-foot zone of natural vegetation. This includes part of the boardwalk, a sewer connection, and a proposed snow storage and pre-treatment area that's located off the end of Annette Lane. Stormwater management at the site is proposed. It includes 2 underground infiltration chambers, one for roof runoff near the house, and another for other site runoff, the driveway runoff, which is located further down in the next plan. I think shows not that one, the next one. There we go. Shows the other infiltration chamber, which would handle the remaining runoff from the driveway. Erosion control barriers are proposed at the limit of work, as well as construction entrance to prevent any sediment from being tracked out into Annette Lane. Disturbed soils will be seeded with conservation mix for the upland soils, and a wetland mix if any wetland soils are minimally disturbed will be used for the wetland soils. There are approximately, I believe, 32 trees greater than 6 inches that are proposed to be cut on the site. And the applicant is requesting to contribute to the voluntary shade tree fund as mitigation for those trees. The site is, as I mentioned, wooded, and there's won't be a lot of room for planting additional trees on the site other than within the limit of work or outside the limit of work. I believe there's only 1 tree within the wetland, which would be removed for the boardwalk, and that's about a 6 or 7 inch, I believe, white pine tree. And we're proposing to plant 2 red maples as mitigation for that. I think that's a really quick overview of the project. And if the commission members have any questions, I'd be certainly happy to provide some more detail.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
any high level thoughts on this? I had a couple.
Okay. You got a few minutes, Chuck.
Yeah, so you're proposing work in the 25-foot area and the 35-foot area. We are going to need a variance for that, but I would ask you why that's necessary and if you could pull those areas back. I know in one situation, you're grading and then putting in retaining wall. I'm not sure why the retaining wall can't start at the 35-foot and you couldn't still put your driveway in place. And the snow storage area, I would have to kind of understand that a little bit more. And I see that it's also incorporated somehow into the base of the driveway. And so maybe it's a double benefit for the applicant and the snow storage, but I'm wondering why that can't be pulled back out of the 35-foot. Those are the questions that I would have liked some answers to when I look at this project. The only other one is I was just wondering if you quantified the disturbance or the impact of each helical pier in the calculations.
I believe there is a number for that somewhere in the narrative, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay.
It's a couple of square feet, I think, maximum.
Things to think about
Mhm.
in between meetings.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Right, good.
I just very quickly want to second what Chuck said on both the variants, but very importantly, I had the same concern about snow storage. Thank you.
Yeah. And is the snow storage that you're proposing for the driveway down there at the bottom where Annette Lane is, or is it for plowing Annette Lane?
I assumed it was for plowing in that lane, but I can't say that definitively. Unfortunately, our engineer is not here tonight. He was not available, but he would be better able to answer that question.
Is Annette Lane private?
Public?
The public.
You're creating an area for the town to plow.
Right.
Well,
That's what I was
that-
wondering about.
That portion of the property is proposed to be deeded to the town after construction of the boardwalk. Again, the boardwalk construction is being proposed as was requested by the town planner.
Sure, I'll look into that. If the town's going to get that deed, I could ask the engineering department and the planner what their thoughts were on that. But
Yeah.
certainly if you have any, you could put it in submittal that we're gonna get.
Okay, so we often do our site visits at 9 o'clock on a Monday morning. And usually it's right before the next hearing, but given we're heading into winter, I'm wondering whether the commission members are available this coming Monday, the 18th, and whether we could do our site visit then. Do we have enough of us to make it worth going out that day? Brian can make it, I can make it.
Walt's good.
The 18th look like for Tony.
Walter's good.
Walter's good, so that's at least 3 of us.
Yeah, I'm good too.
That's at least 4 of us. Okay, so let's do our site visit on the 18th.
At-
And Joe, would you be available at 9 o'clock on the 18th?
I certainly will be.
Awesome. Okay,
So maybe we quickly turn to a couple of people that have their hands up and still make the time.
sure. I just want to, before I lose that, the best way in is to park on Annette Lane or park on Martin Road and walk in.
It's on Annette Lane.
In that lane, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, and we don't want to park on Applegate and walk through the swamp, right?
no, we can get
Okay.
back to,
All right, so are there people who have issues with this project and want to make comments? Yes, in the room.
Yes, my name is Bob Judge and I live in 10 Annette Lane and I abut against it. Now, this is my biggest concern. As they extend the road, my and I've mentioned this before. My understanding is the road's gonna have to be built up some. My land, what's up to them is around level, but then it drops off some, it drops off a lot. If they build the road up, I'm worried about a trough being created as far as more water goes. But the other issue is if you look right at that area, there's some massive trees there. And my concern is when those massive trees come out, those massive trees eat up a lot of water. I'm concerned about a new area of water being created, and also concerned about all of a sudden my yard becoming an easement and having a water problem. Now,
Has he shown your yard on there correctly?
okay, I live, like, I guess right here, let's see.
It says
This
10
is
and-
my house right here, okay? Right here, where my land is, the way they built the land up, it drops down. And when it drops down, there's like, it can go down quite, well, I say it drops down, so maybe, I don't know how many feet, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever. The road here, goes down some too, but it's actually, the way it is up a little higher than that. I don't know, but when you do this, there's gonna be some land built up some. So if the water can go down this way here, and I'm only telling you, it looks like to me, there are 3 trees here that are very, very large that are gonna come out. What does that do for a water issue right in here? And when you go to the site, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay. And the trees are near where all those pebbles are shown?
They start,
Yeah.
I think where the line is,
I can
this
go
is
to the
where the
tree
line
line.
is, there's like 1, 2, 3, about like that.
Okay,
And they're very, very large trees.
okay. I see them on the plot plan.
Being created.
Okay,
And about my house all of a sudden having water problem.
okay. That's good to know about before we go out to do our site visit. We'll look at that carefully.
And Kendra Cooper is also online. Shows the trees, and there's a tree, you can see the trees,
Yep, yep,
and there's some more trees in here. I'm
right.
probably
Yeah, they're,
losing a few in this mess, but there's trees.
yeah,
Right on the corner of my house is, that's where I'm not concerned about the other side, but there's some, right on the corner of on his property, there's some massive trees.
okay. All right. Are you all set then, Bob? Those were your 2 concerns. Okay, Kendra Cooper, do you want to speak? And Chuck, have you unmuted her?
Sure. She should be all set to unmute herself.
Kendra, are you there?
Yep, I'm here now.
Oh, good, great.
Yes, I live at Covey Hill Road, 20 Covey Hill Road, and we were not notified, understandably, because we're not direct abutters of this project. But there is a drainage ditch that actually starts from springs that are in the Martin Road, Spruce Road area, and that feeds this wetlands that is around where this Annette project is. And what happens is the water travels along the drainage ditch, along Deborah and Martin, and then crosses under Deborah and ends up in my property and another member's property on Covey Hill, then goes parallel with the Franklin Street, and then goes underneath Franklin Street to the golf course. So that's where the water that you see when you go on your site visit pooling comes from those springs. Now, we've lived here since the 80s and we have not had a problem, but we're very concerned when we see that an area that is pervious right now that has 32 trees that are going to be removed and a variety of other things that are living there that are absorbing through their root systems the water. And we're also, this is part of the aquifer district for the town, though it's no longer our water source because MWRA is around. But we're very concerned that this kind of project may have an adverse effect on us. And because it will no longer be absorbed in that area between Annette and Applegate, that the water will flow much stronger towards our, behind these houses. One side of Deborah got no notices at all. I didn't get a notice. Covey Hill people don't. People on Franklin Street don't. And I understand that it's not legally mandated, but I believe it's important to the whole ecological system for people to be aware that this water that you're talking about, that will be affecting us dramatically. And I don't see that there's been any study on the indirect effect on the properties that have been in existence for many years. I don't think there's been any study. And my concern as I read, and I just got the some of the report that Lucas Environmental did. I just got it today. When I look at the mitigation methods, I'm really kind of concerned with even, it's nice that they talk about contributing to the Voluntary Shade Tree Fund, but it's not going to necessarily keep us from having our backyards flooded. It has, the current drainage ditch has worked pretty well for all these years since the 80s. But we're concerned because it's very obvious that the water pools all around this Annette and Applegate area. I was just taking photographs today, and it's very clear now that you don't have the leaves on the trees, you can really see the topography. And I shudder to think what might end up happening once, right now, where the site is for this proposed house is a hill, but it's not much of a hill. It's definitely nothing like Martin Avenue has a hill. But I'm very concerned because the mitigating suggestions seem to be to be able to absorb whatever is not going to be, with the roof of the house or what they're proposing. That area, they feel that they'll redirect it someplace. At the same time, right now, it's an absorption area. And we're very concerned that it's going to adversely affect a lot of us down the street, and all the way to the golf course, actually. The golf course can handle that, but around here, it's hard. So I guess I have concerns about that, and the way we seem to be playing catch up when we kind of find out from somebody through the grapevine that this proposal is up again. We did try to raise the issue when CPDC had it, but we're very concerned that there's not enough permeable areas. And even if you put new trees in, that root system is not going to be adequate to protect us. So we really think it's important that considering these springs, nobody's plugging up the springs, and that it's a very nice natural area. There are ways to cross over too with our children, which is obviously they've grown up, but there is a way to go from Deborah Drive over to Coburn and Martin without having to cross this, this wetland area, let alone, I guess they're talking about building a boardwalk or something. And I do have a question about who maintains that once it's built. It sounds like the town would be expected to. So I think those are my concerns, but we really don't want any adverse effects. We'd rather not have to deal with things after the fact. Let's anticipate and try to prevent any damage to the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any, have you covered your key points? Because we're looking at time here.
No, I know. I think I've covered. So I think I've raised the issue that maybe people aren't thinking about downstream.
Yeah, that will be good for us to know before our site visit as well. So thank you for bringing that up.
Can I just make one comment? Kendra, and for anyone else who has some comments, please send them to the Conservation Office and we can post them for others to read and send them to the applicant so everyone can hear a full list of what your comments are.
Yeah, and you'll also share them with the members of the commission.
Yes.
Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, so we've pretty much used up the time we allotted for this project. Are you commenting on this project?
Just really quickly.
Okay.
So McDonough 57 Deborah Drive. I'm on the other side of this, so I would echo everything Kendra just said. But really from the perspective on Deborah Drive, my question is just make sure that we really look at the impact of the water, because there's a lot of sitting water there year round, not just when you have like a rainy year like this year. The other thing too is like if there's, I'm not really clear on what the Shady Tree Fund is, but that the trees.
Shade Tree Fund.
But ideally, if you could, whatever type of trees they are, if you could keep them like in that community, if this has to, if this is approved, try to keep some of that vegetation as much as possible in the area, so at least you have some type of like visible like barrier from the dog. Because I think everyone's gotten pretty used to just looking at woods all the time, so thank you.
Okay. So please keep as many trees as possible.
Or replace them if there's any type of boarding or shade type vegetation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any,
Continue.
are we good? Yeah. Okay. So, can I have a motion to continue this? And is January 10th going to be the right date?
Yep.
Okay.
Mrs. Bryan, make a motion to continue 0 and net to January 10th.
Tony seconds.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Walter Talbot in favor.
Bill McCants in favor.
Tony Rotalakis in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay. All right, so I will see most of the commission Monday morning, the 18th, and Joe will be there. And we'll take a good look at water, and those were the big concerns, water and trees.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
It seemed like Kendra was saying, so we've captured the roof, but look at the driveway and see if that's being infiltrated, because any impervious surface, I think there was a concern was what's happening. And I know that there were 2 chambers.
Yeah.
For the house. It was the other one for the driveway.
The other one was for the driveway, and the driveway one is much bigger than the house. Right, but I think is also the flow pattern from one part of town to the other, and how putting this house in the middle of that flow pattern is going to interrupt the water flow. I think that was Kendra's concern as well.
All right, we can look at that one.
Yeah.
And Joe's there, but has the house and driveway been staked out on site for us?
They have been. Yeah.
Great. So,
And I think the boardwalk's been staked out as well from.
Yes, that's correct. Center line from the boardwalk is also staked.
all right, that's it.
Okay. All right, so our next hearing is
Thank you, Joe.
260 Main Street and 10 Pinevale Ave. Open the public hearing on a notice of intent filed by Severio Filciniti, BLVD Reading LLC, pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant is proposing site improvements, including the demolishing of 3 buildings, clearing of existing vegetation, and constructing 1 mixed-use building. Other improvements to the site include construction of surface parking, landscaping, and underground utilities servicing the site. Portions of the work are within the 100-foot buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division page under the project by year, Assessors Map 11, Lot 192, 194, 196, DEP file number 270-09. Okay. 262 Main Street, and
Carlton
we have
from Allen and Major is here. Carlton, could you just introduce yourself for the record?
Certainly. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carlton Quinn with Allen Major Associates. We were the civil engineer on the project.
And are you able to give your presentation and share screen?
Yep, absolutely. And just before we proceed, I just want to apologize for not being there in person. I had a personal conflict tonight. I did want to note that this project did trip a stormwater review by CPDC, so they do have jurisdiction and they are doing a stormwater review. I don't know how deep you guys want to go into stormwater, but I'm happy to share whatever you need. I have the owner, Saverio Pulsantini, on the phone, as well as Nicole Hayes, who did the wetland flagging from Goddard Consulting. And I'm sure the board is probably aware, this did get a lot of public input on Monday night, which I'm sure there'll be some substantial public input that we'll want to hear tonight also. So I did provide a pretty substantial presentation. I will kind of skip through it in obviously it's almost 10 o'clock here now. So I'll try to get through it as fast as possible so we can get to the public and the commission's comments. On the screen. Does the board see that? Oh.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
The presentation? Okay. All right. I did check the NOI was provided a NOI file number 270-0779, and there were no comments from the DEP as of earlier today. This is just a rendering of the proposed project. It is one level of commercial space with 3 levels of residential above it. The project site is comprised of these 4 lots on the corner of Pinevale and Mass Ave for a total of about 1.5 acres. There'll be 8,100 square feet of commercial use and 80 residential units above that. Existing conditions. Here's some pictures of the existing houses as they sit today. An aerial view of the 4 lots. You can see this in here is kind of an old office building parking lot that still exists. 247 feet on frontage. They're kind of 4 disjointed lots that were kind of compiled in together. We got about 8 or 9 feet of topography change from the gutter line in Main Street to the high point here in the middle of the site, and then it falls off back to the wetlands in the rear. 5 structures, all older structures, on average age about 96 years old, including houses, sheds, and garages on the sites. This is 3 existing curb cuts that we're going to be reducing into 1 curb cut on Main Street and 1 on Pinevale. This is an existing conditions plan I've overlaid some information on. Here, this blue line is the BVW that was delineated. It's approximately 58 feet 4 inches from the property corner of our site. I've delineated a 100-foot buffer here. And in the green is the 1,731 square feet of our site that is within the buffer. Of that 1,700 square feet, 240 square feet is impervious. I apologize, I'm talking a little fast here. Looking quickly at the watershed, existing watershed that's flowing to the wetlands. The total site is 46,000 square feet, about 23,000 square feet is impervious total. Of the watershed flowing towards the wetlands, it's about 9,600 square feet with 3,300 square feet of impervious. This is unmitigated flow that's just flowing off the back of the site into the rear wetlands at this time. There's no existing stormwater system here, so there's some parking lot and structures that are existing impervious flowing back to that wetland. Again, this is just kind of showing the proposed project, 40 units, improved traffic safety. There'll be no gas on this. It's going to be 100% electric building, and we'll be providing some public EV charging stations on the site. Here's a site plan. This gray is proposed building. This area here is kind of a patio sitting area. We've got bike racks, EV charging stations. This rear portion of the land is to be kind of a residential amenity area. It'll have some patio areas, grill stations, a fire pit, and some grass lawn area. We have 28% open space on the site. The current zoning for this doesn't require any open space, so we're well above the existing zoning requirements for open space. Here is a grading and drainage plan showing the proposed improvements with just, I specifically noted some of the areas within the buffer, just to note what we're doing. So the existing buffer area obviously hasn't changed. We've increased the impervious from 240 square feet within the buffer area to 413, so about 150 square foot improvement. But on top of that, we're now catching all the impervious area into our stormwater system where it's not just discharging straight runoff into the wetland. So we should be improving all the areas within the buffer on the site stormwater wise. This is kind of a watershed plan. This is the only area of the site that's kind of flowing back towards it now. This is all landscaped area. This will be there'll be no impervious in here. It'll be all landscaped. This is a lot of plantings and trees. And we are trying to keep some of the existing vegetation that's in there now. Not that it's very valuable, but there is some existing vegetation we're trying to keep on the closer side of this. I just want to note we are meeting the town's policy, their engineering policies to hold the 25-year storm on site. So we're taking every bit of stormwater that falls on the site for the 25-year storm and infiltrating into the ground. So the overland flows going back here are going to be reduced significantly. Basically, at least 95% of the volume that was flowing over here is going to be caught, cleaned, and infiltrated back into the ground. So that should reduce any kind of flash flooding that results from storm events. It will not decrease the amount of water that's going to the wetland. It'll just change how it's getting there. Instead of going overland, in a rush during flood, it'll infiltrate into the ground and flow to the wetland through the groundwater. This infiltration system is within the existing watershed of the wetland, so the groundwater will flow from our system back down and feed the wetland. I think there's just an update for the total impervious. If anyone was interested on the 38,000 square feet of total impervious on site, I think the original was about 23,000, so it's almost a 15,000 square foot increase of impervious. This is a summary table of the existing flows to the wetland specifically. You can see the flow reductions: 100, 96, 95, 92, 98, 91% in the 100-year storm. Again, that's all because there is a small piece of landscape that we are leaving on the edge of the site that's not getting caught. So that is these flows here that you're seeing. The rest of it's getting caught and infiltrated into the ground, even 92% in the 100-year storm. Landscape in summary, there's no real open area requirements, as I noted, for the mixed use zone that we're proposing. But we are providing, hundreds of plants. We provided a very robust landscape plan that has some detail on it in the site plan package if you want to go into that. We've got 23 different types of trees and shrubs, ground cover, perennials, a 6-foot privacy fence incorporating the whole site, obviously, except down on Main Street. These are just some of the abutting screening. We just wanted to highlight that we are providing substantial screening for our residential neighbors on top of the screening fence. We've got arborvitaes along 12, and then 43 plantings along the perimeter of 2 Pinevale. So there is a lot of plantings along the edges of the property. This is kind of a rendering of the rear amenity area, just kind of showing how many plants we're actually proposing. Stormwater management, I think I already noted on this, but for the total site, this is the kind of the total showing how much we're reducing the amount of stormwater flowing off site. Total, we're basically holding the 25-year storm on site. Again, this minimal flow is kind of that outside landscape area that we didn't want to catch, put in stormwater to catch it if it was just a small area flowing to the wetlands. So again, substantial stormwater improvements from the site should help flooding issues that I know go down a little further down on Main Street where this site would end up draining to. Waste removal. The residential units are going to be managed on site inside the building. There's going to be an interior trash room that wheels out totes to be collected. So the residential will not have any trash on site. The commercial space will need an on-site dumpster that is located in the buffer area. This isn't the first place I'd put it when I come to a Concom, but it is the best area to keep it as far away from the residential neighbors as possible. And that's why it was chosen in this location. It is enclosed on all 4 sides. This is kind of a rendering of what it would look like. It's 7 feet high, and it is pitched into the pavement. So when water does fall on it, it'll pitch and get collected into our stormwater system. This dumpster area has a capacity of about 1,800 pounds per pickup. And again, we don't exactly know what the commercial space is or how much waste they would need at this point, but it is only for the commercial space. And if you do think it's a little small, it's because all the residential stuff is being handled within the building. We have a snow storage plan located in the plan set, about 5,600 square feet of snow storage, including all this amenity area that won't be used during the winter time. We've done some initial calculations, and basically, if you just include the area of pavement and sidewalk where you need snow removal, this amount of snow storage could accommodate about 4 feet of snowfall. This assumes you're stacking the snow 4 feet high, and the snow would have a 5-to-1 compaction ratio when it's pushed together from when it falls. Also, I noted earlier in the hearing that you were looking for some snow removal language in the O&M. We do have an O&M in our drainage report. It's on page 4, and there is language in there that notes snow will be stockpiled on site until the accumulated snow becomes a hazard to the daily operations of the site. It'll be the responsibility of the snow removal contractor to properly dispose and transport snow according to the Mass DEP Bureau. So we do have an O&M. It does include some snow language. If you have any input on how you'd like that changed, we're happy to update that language. Lighting, all the lighting on the building is going to face down. There's no upward lighting on the building. You can see the goosenecks here, which we're proposing to use at this time. All the signage will be dark sky compliant. We have fairly low lighting on the site. I think most of the poles are either 11 or 12 feet. There's one 20-foot pole right in the middle here to kind of minimize the number of light poles, but it's mostly in this commercial area away from the wetlands and the natural vegetation in the back. So it's kind of up on the Main Street side, more on the commercial look of this parking lot. We have a full metrics plan also located in the site plan package you received, noting that the lighting impact is contained to the site. You know, the lights are dark sky compliant. And, you know, we've limited the amount of lights back here to low lights. The lighting in the amenity area is bollard lighting. It's, you know, 2 or 3 feet high, where the screening fence is going to be 6 feet high, plus the shrubs around the site. So we don't expect much light spillage outside the rear of our proposal here. This is the FEMA map. This is our site here. You can see there's no FEMA floodplain within our site, but there is some that looks like 500-year storm flooding further down Main Street. This is a habitat map. You can see our site is here. There's no habitat located anywhere on this map. It's a 600 scale map. So there's no designated habitat anywhere within the area of our site. This is the USGS, just noting there's no streams. There appears to maybe a stream about 500 feet further down Main Street, where that FEMA was located earlier. A couple of elevations of the building. Daytime and nighttime, I think. And that's all I have here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlton.
All right. We did a site visit again on a very rainy Monday morning, and walked back to the wetland line. Somebody on the commission wants to report what we saw at our site visit.
I nominate.
Tony doesn't want to talk because he's coughing like crazy. Don't give it a shot.
Okay.
On Monday morning, most of the commission met at the site. We walked over the site. We entered from Main Street, walked over the impervious area where Christmas trees used to be sold. Past the impervious area, we started walking on the wetland, where we noticed a fair amount of debris, lots of metal debris, bottles, parts of engines possibly. We followed the topography downward toward the wetland, where we encountered wetland flags. We noted that the inundated area seemed to extend beyond the wetland flagging. And so we asked the wetland scientists to pull some cores to get a better sense of what the long-term hydrological indicators might be. And to our surprise, that inundated area was not indicative of wetland soils. We confirmed the locations of other flags. We walked most of the site. We noted that a fair amount of the water that was present entered the site as stormwater from the abutting property, entered through a culvert, flowed downhill toward another culvert on Pinevale. We did note that the proposed entrance on Pinevale is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. Those are my major observations. Does anyone have anything else to contribute?
I noticed a pine tree with a very significant split, two trunks that split only maybe 6 feet above the ground that was right at the property line. And I wondered whether that was the kind of thing that somebody building this big fancy new building is then going to come back and ask us if they can take down that pine tree later. So I'm concerned about, there was one looked like a pretty healthy pine tree and one with this double trunk that I'm wondering how the owners would be concerned about that. I'm also concerned that the snow storage and the dumpster are within our jurisdiction inside the 100-foot wetland line. Most of this project is not within our jurisdiction. So, you know, we do want to be aware of stormwater and stuff like that, but we're really only authorized to talk about that little corner in the back. And it's kind of disturbing to me that our little corner that we has the dumpster in it. Anybody else? Walter.
Yeah, I agree. This project really doesn't affect us all that much, just a small little piece. But there's some indirect things that I think are interesting. One is the infiltration system is right up against the pine trees you just mentioned. And I think in installing that, you're going to disturb the entire root structure for those pine trees. And then there's a very minor thing would be there's a telephone pole right there or close by. It doesn't show up on your drawings, but I just remembered from Monday that it was really close by. I assume that's being removed.
Anything else, Walter, or is that it? Okay, Andrew.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to, I realize that most of this is outside of our jurisdiction, but we do have a caveat in our local bylaws for activities outside the buffer zone, that in the event that the commission determines that such activity is more likely than unlikely to alter an area subject to the protection under the bylaw, it shall impose conditions on the activity. And I think the size of this project does give me some concern about the potential impact it will have on the water and the trees and the habitat that is currently there. So I don't think that 100-foot line is the limit of what I'm looking at in this project.
Okay.
That section is section 2, C4.
Okay.
C4, yes. Thank
All
you.
right. So are there specific concerns you want to bring up tonight?
Just as we will look through this project, I mean, there's an increase of 15,000 square feet of impervious. Is that what I heard correctly? 15,000 square feet of impervious being proposed. And I know there's the trees aren't our purview in terms of adding more trees, but I would like to know how many trees are being taken down. Those are my two just come to the top of mind.
Carlton, do you have answers to either of those questions? Or should we hear back from you later?
The two questions was how much impervious and how many trees?
I think you stated the impervious, right? There's gonna be 38,000 square feet in the proposed versus the existing is 23,000 square feet.
Correct, that was 23,038, as I said, yeah. So it's an increase of 15,000 square feet of impervious over the
Okay.
acre.
That's, I heard that correctly. And then the number of trees that will be taken down for the project.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Does the town have a definition of what they're calling trees? And we can probably take a look at that.
Over 6-inch DBH.
And then the only thing I wanted to note, there was the standing water that we saw back there that from my amateur eye looked like it could potentially be a vernal pool. But I know I spoke briefly about Tony with that, and I'm not sure what he thought.
Inconclusive.
That was the area straight back on the property, not to the back left.
Yeah, so maybe, I know Goddard's on the line. That might be a question for Goddard. Yeah, get the hand up. Sure. I think you can unmute yourself, Nicole.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Hayes, a professional wetland scientist with Goddard Consulting. The wetland, we talked about it briefly during the site walk. The wetland doesn't have the depth which would be needed. It's a relatively shallow area of the wetland. To have a hydro period that would be suitable for vernal pool species reproduction, you would need a more deeper basin like wetland to hold the water longer. So in my professional opinion, and I've been doing this for 23 years, that wetland does not support vernal pool species habitat.
How did you measure the depth?
Well, usually you need at least 8 to 12 inches of a depression, and that wetland does not have that.
So visually.
Right.
I was just wondering if you not only looked at the depth, but looked at the size and determined that it didn't meet, I don't know. I didn't look at the size of it. I was just wondering if you understood how big, I guess that's the way to say it.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. But it's still, I don't believe that it would have the topography needed to have the depth needed for vernal pool species reproduction. It's just not deep enough.
All right, anybody else from the commission with comments at this point?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
One of the figures in your application shows the USGS topographical map. And that map indicates a permanent water body, a permanent stream, starting from the eastern portion of the wetland, crossing under Main Street. Does any portion of this site qualify as riverfront area? And if not, why?
The site's 450 feet away from that, so we're not close enough.
Well, that wasn't the question. The question was whether whether there's, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but just for thoroughness and
So
whether
you're asking is the
that are delineated,
DVW
that are present in the
behind our
area,
site?
is that a wetland, is a riverfront?
I think Nicole can answer that. I think.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Clear.
Okay. Again, my name is Nicole Hayes with Goddard Consulting. The river is located more than 400 feet off the site. And the riverfront area is 200 feet from the mean annual high water line. So therefore, the riverfront area would be an additional 200 feet away from the site. So no, we are not within riverfront area.
Nicole, I think his question was, why isn't the standing water behind our site considered a stream? Is that what your question was, sir?
Yeah, that's part of it. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, the USGS map is the issuing authority on perennial and intermittent stream status. And the area, actually the area behind the site that was flagged out as BBW is not even located on any DEP maps that I saw. But of course, you know, that's why we do field inspections, and it is a BBW, but it's not a riverfront area.
And if it's BVW, that's short for bordering vegetated wetland. What kind of resource area is it bordering?
It's bordering on a stream channel that leaves the site, but that's an intermittent stream channel and a drainage associated with it.
Okay, so it's bordering an inland bank,
Yes,
an intermittent channel. Okay.
yes.
Andrew,
Go ahead.
sorry, Andrew, for your information, if you follow the stream downstream toward Cross Street, Natural Heritage has identified that part of the watershed as habitat for breeding amphibians.
So you're saying where? I'm looking at the map.
If you follow the stream under Main Street.
Yep.
Okay. And follow it under Cross Street.
Maybe it goes directly
to the southeast of Cross Street. That's identified as potential amphibian breeding habitat.
So directly east of the current site we're looking at, right behind the
east southeast.
Okay.
Bill, you have your hand up?
Yep, this is really a comment for the commission. So if a majority of the commission should decide to apply section 2C4, more likely than unlikely to alternate area subject to protection, that's not something, I'm not saying anyone is implying otherwise, but that's not something a commission can do lightly. So I, at least, if the commission goes in that direction, this is a place where I think I'd want to see some outside review. Because knowing what I do about case law, I mean, this can only go to Superior Court. It can't go to DEP if it's ever challenged. But knowing what I do about case law, they take a hard look at this when a commission makes that decision. I'm not saying it wouldn't be valid. I'm saying we need to tread carefully. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So third-party review is certainly an option for this project. Is there anybody else on the commission with comments at this point?
Am I on the?
No, I usually go to
Okay,
you after
okay,
that.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
It's getting late, so.
Yeah, sorry. I just have one question that hasn't been covered already. And that is, why did you choose the Pinevale Ave as your construction entrance? Because that seems like an awfully narrow street to have your construction entrance based on. And why not have your construction entrance off of Main Street?
As a group, we've internally discussed this after getting some feedback from the town, and we're going to move the construction entrance to Main Street. So that we're certainly going to.
All right, that makes a big difference. And will you still have a parking lot entrance and exit onto Pinevale, just not the construction entrance?
That's correct, yeah.
I see. Okay. And I would like to suggest that your snow storage in the 100-foot buffer zone be the secondary snow storage and primary snow storage be the on top of your infiltration chambers?
I would 100% agree to that. Yep.
All right, Chuck, your turn.
Thank you. Trying to. I'd like to talk about the dumpster area. And so that dumpster area is within the conservation's jurisdiction, and you were saying it's the best spot. And you're
So
also.
again,
Yeah.
Apologize, I interrupt. I don't think we have an issue moving
I'm going to
around
ask
the
about
dumpster.
leachate and if that's being captured. Go ahead.
I think I can speak for the owner. We'll just move the dumpster out of the 100-foot buffer. And the leachate is, if you look at the detail on the plans, it is pitched towards the pavement.
Okay.
So I think we'll agree to just move the dumpster if something that the commission is looking for.
Another question I had was, when you did your stormwater calculations, did you use NOAA 14 plus?
Yes.
Yes. You talked about capturing the 25-year storm, or the infiltration system captures the 25-year storm per the town's regulations. What rain event is the 25-year storm? We talking
It should take me a second to look that up. 25-year storm is probably around 6.5, but let me pull it up. It'll just take me a moment.
It's a 6.5-inch storm?
Yes, within 24 hours. Within a 24 period.
6.5 inches of rain in 24 hours. It's pretty significant. How often during a year may that happen? I mean, based on your experience.
So, 5-year storm, 6.4 inches. Well, I mean, basically it has I don't know, about a 5% chance of happening. I want to let's 1 divided by 25. It doesn't happen every year, except for last year.
So by capturing the 25-year storm, you're capturing all the smaller storms. So you're capturing most rain storms that happen throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's capturing every storm that's significant other than something extreme.
And all that water gets infiltrated. When the
Sorry, it has a 4% chance of happening in every year.
When the parking lot that heads out onto Pinevale Ave, is there, have you designed that in a way to not have any water run out onto Pinevale?
Nothing leaves the property line off the pavement. So when you get outside our property line, there's an issue where we can't have the street running into our site. So there's a high point where basically the municipal sidewalk would empty into the street.
So all the water will stay on the property, not only where the exit is onto Pinevale, but throughout the property, it all stays on site.
Correct.
Okay. On the photometrics that you showed quickly, I did notice it did look like there was some spillover, but those might have been just zeros up there, but it did incorporate properties, like the property next to number 10 and some other thing. That again, that might just be zero, because you said you kept all that lighting, your low lighting, and you kept it on the property. So I was just wondering if you could pull that up in a way that everyone could see what the numbers are that are off the site.
Yes, and we actually have the same issue that happens before, is that the software we don't have doesn't have the way to cut off with the fence. So there is some numbers that fall over, but they're fairly small. Again, they don't account for the fences or the shrubs. I'm gonna share here. So these are the numbers around the perimeter you're speaking of. See this?
I do see those. So just, yeah, I get it. So it's all point something. You're going a little quick. So this is the wetland area here, and it looks like yeah, they go down pretty quickly, and I can see the buffer zone there on
Yeah,
zero
so
point.
like these are bollard lights. They're about 3 feet high, and there's a 6-foot fence. There's just no way to control the software to not have it spill over like 0.8. I mean, there's no way there would be spillover from the bollard, but it's just the software, you can't cut it enough to make it work.
Can you dial in a little bit? Right near, I don't know what number house that is, but it's the one next to number 10 is number 12, maybe? Yeah, it is number 12. What are we looking at there? Okay. My last question is, in the buffer zone area, the planting, is that all native? Native planting?
I'm sorry, I can't play a landscape architect. I could get you an answer for that, but I'm not going to be able to answer that for you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, you want, just to clarify, you want everything within the 100-foot buffer to be native species?
Native to the northeast and true, what'd you say, true natives?
Natives, non-hybrid, non-cultivar hybrids.
Non-hybrids. So, I mean, we will agree to do that, and if it's not, then we will 100% non-hybrids in the buffer.
So that means like a true red maple and not an October glory.
Exactly.
Okay. Again, I apologize. I kill everything I touch. I will get you an answer for those, and we'll agree to that.
You don't touch me.
When you're talking about moving the dumpster out of the 100-foot zone, have you got a thought where you might move it to?
Well, there are some physical constraints to where we can move it. So we would move it opposite of the loading area because you need to provide, a pickup area, or opposite to one of these drive aisles. Those are the only real spots for good pickup locations. It would be here or one of these outside the 100.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think it's time to ask for public comment at this point.
I have one more question.
Oh, all right.
One question about your lighting, particularly adjacent to the wetland line. Will you be using shielded or directed lighting with long wavelength color spectrum?
There is some information here about the tone of the lights. I don't know if it's what would be the number for the wavelength?
The wavelength would be 560 nanometers and greater, with less than 560 absent.
Is that like a standard lighting? I could say it's a whatever type of light, or is it just sort of wavelengths I'm looking? Like, is there like a name for that type of light?
You might, it might be listed as wildlife friendly. That's as close as I can get you.
Okay, and that is just specifically in any areas that are spilling light into the buffer.
Yeah, where a significant amount of light would illuminate into the buffer zone.
Okay, I'll look into that, and I may reach out to Chuck on those specifications as not to take up any more time.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. If we have people in the room who have comments they want to make, keeping in mind that we're already at 10:30, you want to come and stand at the podium and try to make your comments as brief as possible and to the point, not repeating yourself.
I'm Joan Guidi, 54 Pinedale. I've lived here for 50 years. I want to make a point about those vernal pools. And because of my long time there, in 1989, Jiffy Lube tried to set up shop I think I talked to you people about that when I saw you with it. But that was the biggest concern, was the vernal pools, and that got shut down. And then in 1994, Carter and Coleman built on there. And we had many meetings with the town conservation committee. Actually, it was a biology teacher, I can't think of his name, from the high school.
Leo Kenny.
Yes, and there was another man that taught in Ipswich, and I only know because I was a teacher and I took courses from him, Luther Beal. And there's definitely vernal pools there, because he used to bring his kids, the biology teacher and Luther used to bring the kids right around the corner. I know where it is, and you look over. I know because I live on 54 Pineville. I have tadpoles and frogs that come in my backyard in springtime. Ducks are in the yard, and you can hear them at nighttime. So there's all kinds of wildlife, and I definitely vernal pools. So I'm not a scientist, but that Mr. Kenny and Luther, they brought their students there to study the vernal pools.
Have you,
Yeah.
have you heard frogs coursing
Yeah,
vigorously?
I've seen them.
Yeah.
There was
No,
a
but
a snake that had a frog in his mouth, and I hit him.
no, not just one, but it just craziness that would almost drive you nuts. Just hear them just
I have a fan
coursing.
on.
Anything like that?
Yeah, yes, all the time. I hear all kinds of, at nighttime in the sun.
But not throughout the year. This is only a specific time. It's louder than ever. Yeah.
Is a brook across the street. It's a part of the wetlands. So across the street on Pineville Ave, there's a wetlands there, and you can go at night. I don't know. I've never documented when, but they're loud. They're very loud. I had a salamander in my yard. So I know for a fact that it's a wetlands.
Do you have any pictures of the salamander, any coursing frogs, or some sort of vernal pool?
Had.
If you do have pictures, could you send them to the conservation office?
Okay, so.
I'm just completely opposed to the whole, I mean, you got a copy of my letter. So if you want me to repeat it now, I will, but.
I sent you a letter to the commission. It's also posted on the Conservation Division page for
Because
others
this
to read.
project it's bad on all levels. It's dangerous, outrageous, has a stench to it. I'm completely opposed. Along with my neighbors, and there's many more of us at the CPDC.
Yeah, the letter was addressed to the CPDC.
And that's going to be continued and we'll be there. Anybody else want to add to my?
I'm Jennifer Killian. I'm the owner of 12 Pineville Ave, so one of the properties directly abutting 10 Pineville. So obviously we were here Monday night and appreciate our commitment to being here, 3.5 hours just to comment, and there's many of us, and there were even more of us on Monday. But I really just wanted to express how strongly we oppose the entire development based on the size and scope and the impacts to our neighborhood. And we've reviewed these in detail. I will not put you guys through that tonight, but in terms of noise, lighting, pollution, the effect on the natural habitat, the ecosystem, things, parking, safety in the neighborhood, the kids in the neighborhood, now that there'll be kind of increased traffic. So we went on, and I was grateful to the Development Commission. One of the members at the close of the meeting directed directly to the applicant, said, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do something. And I hear a lot tonight about what's, completely within the rights in terms of the zoning. But this property is just kind of going to completely overwhelm our community. And we are determined to really look at this from any possible avenue that we can. Personally, I'm a direct abutter, so I have a lot of concerns. One being that there's an entire tree line of mature trees that, I've been trying to actually maintain with my own tree service, that will come down, that this landscape plan just does not adequately replace. It's, both appearance, the birds, everything about it is just not satisfactory. In addition to that, I am the direct abutter to the amenities area, the S15 lot, where the primary snow removal will go. I mean, anyone in this neighborhood could tell you that we all have sump pumps and we all deal with flooding. And based on kind of what we know right now and the fact that we are not experts in this area, I personally do not feel comfortable that there's going to be snow piled 4 feet high, and I just am having a hard time believing that not gonna, affect my yard and my property, being that it's gonna be right up against the fence. So that is a great concern. I mean, I think when we met on Monday night, one of the things that we strongly requested was that those flags that delineate the wetlands were, looked at by an independent party. And I'm half understanding some of what you're talking about tonight, but we're hoping that the CPDC will take that seriously. And the other thing, before we even heard your comments, that I would have asked of you is that we really want the Conservation Committee to be as involved in this as you possibly can, because, there's so many negative effects on our neighborhood, and it's really, I think, going to completely change the landscape of where we live. You're destroying the neighborhood, Joan says.
They want to tear down a house. They want to tear down 10 Pinedale and put a two-way driveway. That's outrageous. I just can't believe that they even.
There's a person living.
Can you
I'm sorry.
wait until we get up at the, because it doesn't pick up everybody speaking if you're speaking from your seat.
So I guess our ask is that you do all of the, possible assessments that can be done to support the neighborhood is what's important. And now that we know about this 2C4, we are going to find out as much as we possibly can about it, and we'll try to engage the commission in that way as we possibly can.
Again,
and I have pictures of
I feel like the
totes that I had
grandmother
to
on the street.
relocate last summer, so I'll try to find them for you.
Okay.
And I will also submit a picture of kind of my backyard. I know it looks a little bare when you guys were out there the other day, but it's seasonal, it really does provide shade and privacy that the landscape plan will not provide. So thank you very much.
Again, I just think it's outrageous that they're gonna tear down a beautiful house that's been there. I knew the woman who was the original owner. I know this probably doesn't have anything to do with conservation, but it does.
It's conservation.
Come in and tear down a house that's almost 100 years old. I mean, I knew Mrs. McPherson. My son delivered the Chronicle to her. I just think it's a tragedy. And put in a two-way driveway.
I think we need to give somebody else a turn.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ken Reardon. I live at 25 Pineville Avenue. With my wife and 6-year-old son, I have several concerns with this project for several reasons. One, there's already issues with a high water table on both sides of Pineville Avenue throughout the fall, winter, and spring. Those with basements are already dealing with basement flooding issues. Secondly, will rain and snow melt from the new parking lot and dumps will be getting into the water table. Behind my house is a vernal pool, I believe. It fills up in the fall and stays there usually until June. This past summer, due to it raining almost every single weekend, the pool was present most of the summer season. There's a pair of wood ducks that visit this pool every year. I've been there for 10 years. It's been there every 10 years. The couple that lived there before me, it was the pair of wood ducks that visited every spring. Will this runoff affect them? There's also frogs and other wildlife that enjoy these pools. I heard them screaming. Me and my wife were trying to figure out what the heck it was when we first moved in. I looked at my phone and I figured out the noise, but it scared the crap out of us. But it was amazing to listen to. Deeper into the conservation area, in my backyard is the Pineville Conservation Area that I think it's 17 acres. There's several brooks that flow to other areas of the town. The map provided by the developer shows that there are 10 trees being removed from the property. And then another tree, most likely a town tree, in front of 10 Pineville. I believe there's closer to 90 to 100 trees of various sizes and types being removed from this property. Trees offer shading, helping with increased global warming concerns. Trees are homes to bats and owls. Bats offer a natural means to decrease mosquito populations that carry the Zika and West Nile viruses. Bats are nature's remedy and are better than a mosquito spraying program. Owls are natural predators to help control the rats and other rodents issues in the neighborhood due to the Fantasia building. There are also several hawks that circle overhead on a regular basis. Woods also offer cover to deer and other wildlife that live in the area. I have pictures of 3 deer in my yard, which is just down the street from where this is going in. I live next door to the parking lot for the Pineville Conservation Area. I clean the leaves and the debris from this parking lot 4 to 5 times during the fall. I also walk the woods with a trash bag and collect beer bottles, soda bottles, water bottles, and other trash from the woods. On hot days, my wife has given popsicles to the youth volunteers that have given their time and energy to the construction of the beautiful boardwalk in the swampy area of Pineville Conservation. After heavy rain, I sweep the street of the rocks and stone dust that washes out from the parking area and place it back into the parking area. This 2 to 3 spot parking area is only 200 to 300 yards up the street from this proposed project. This area, I suspect, will be used by shoppers and residents of this new project to park at due to the limited amounts of parking in the new project. Parking spots will then not be able to be used by hikers and other natural enthusiasts hoping to explore the Pineville area. Lastly, if you're unaware, Pineville is a dead-end street. I know the town does use that conservation area parking lot as a turnaround for snow removal to turn their trucks around. And if that parking lot is filled with cars due to activity at 252 Main Street, then the plows won't be able to safely do their work, clearing the street of snow. Thank you.
Do we have anybody on the Zoom call who wants to make comments?
Sure, we have Jason Brown and Richards. I think M. Richards had their hand up first.
Okay.
You can unmute M. Richards.
Hello, my name's Mary Richards. I've lived at 50 Pineville Ave for over 20 years. I urge the Conservation Commission to absolutely undertake an outside review on the impact of this project. I think to just speculate on whether we have vernal pools, speculate on whether this is a riverfront, speculate on whether there's a stream channel of significance is pointless. Our information is coming only from the developer's paid consultant. The lights from the building will not only come from the first floor. The lights will be going, the reason I believe some of the poles are going up 20 feet is because the building is very tall. There will be multiple floors of residents with their own lights on that will be coming out, I believe, from every point of the compass, in particular in the direction of the buffer zone and the water, however it ends up being defined. The trees are worth counting. Some of them are of amazing size. There's a reason our street is called Pineville. There's a reason the development is called BLVD, which stands for Boulevard, which has a meaning of having trees down the middle. I think that having a plan on a, I believe, 1 acre site where the only possible original plan is to put a dumpster, and I'm not sure the other thing, within the buffer zone is arrogant and in bad faith and not in consideration of a neighborhood and of the sidewalk, and the big concern in town to make it walkable, to allow residents to be able to walk to the train station and many other concerns. But my main one right now is, again, to urge the commission not to require photos from residents or audio tapes, but to hire outside review independent of the ecology of this area. Thank you.
Right. Since Chuck just walked out, let's take another person from the room. And please introduce yourself.
Sri Narayan, I live in 16 Pineville. So I'm not a direct abutter, but the property is going to be sort of right behind Star Road, which is the paper street there.
Yeah, I see you on the plot plan here.
So a couple of things that I wanted to point out. So we're going to have this infiltration system, which is going to be on the sort of west side of that property. And if you look at that, the ground, the grade is that it's all sloping down towards my property, and then Tom DeCroto's property, which is the next one, there's 20, and Sarah Fuller and Jamal Fuller, which is 24, I think. And we all get water in the basement. My sump pump goes off every 15 minutes. I've timed this. I can just go there and stand and it kicks off every 15 minutes. Doesn't matter. It could be the middle of summer, it kicks in. So there's a lot of water there. And all this water that we are picking up with this infiltration system is going to actually go down further into that same area. So it's not going anywhere else. It's not like evaporating. So it's going to go down and it's going to cause a lot more flooding now that we have this. We're adding about 16,000 square foot of impervious surfaces, which is going to add to the water. That's one thing. The other thing is that we, right now, that place, the property itself is sort of dark, and I go for a walk at night, and there's always like, I see deer, coyotes. They don't just go back and forth across Pineville, but they also go across Main Street, because there's another, if you go south and east of the 259 Main Street, there's another conservation area or whatever. I mean, there's wetlands, and I've seen coyotes go all the time. I see deer all the time going across, because I come back and it's like 10:30 or sometimes closer to 11 at night, and they are just crossing. Now we're just going to block all that. And so we are going to be impacting their environment as well. And, so that's two things. And the third thing is, I'm sure they're going to put salt down in that parking lot. And now that salt is also probably going to melt and go into this wetland. So now you're going to impact whatever species live there. So I think that's three things that I just wanted to, in addition to everything that everybody else said. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck, do we have somebody else who wants to speak from?
Jason Brown.
Okay.
Jason, go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your video if you'd like.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Thanks for your time tonight. Just a couple of points I kind of wanted to clarify or ask Carlton. In the meeting on Monday, you spoke about the grade lowering of this project, and
Jason, can you tell us where you live, please?
oh, I'm sorry, 47 Pineville Ave. actually bought 10 Pineville Ave in 2003. So I guess I kind of represent the ghosts of 10 Pineville, since they have long since moved out of that home. So yeah, we have a different perspective, having lived at 10 and now living at 47. So what I was going
Scott,
to
one
ask
more
about.
comment. Jason, direct all your questions to the chair of the commission and
Oh,
not,
sure.
not to the applicant.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the question I have, or for the committee or the chair, is to dive into what the grade of this project is going to be, because we talked about the stream. I'm not sure if you guys will allow me to share my screen, but if you look at Google Maps, it portrays the stream that is directly across the street from this, that then connects to Cross Street. So if this grade goes much lower than it currently is, does that mean that there will be impact to that stream, impact to the downstream where it goes to Cross Street? That's kind of my first posing of, hopefully you guys will look into that. Second is, there is no sidewalk on Pineville Ave. I know that they did mention there is a sidewalk, so that will prevent any sort of runoff onto Pineville, but there is no sidewalk for anyone that's walked up and down Pineville Ave. They'll know that you walk in the street. And then lastly, I guess my point is, we talked about a 4% chance of a massive storm. I lived there in 2006, the Mother's Day storms of May. Many of us will remember that, having all of our basements flooded, lots of damage, and we all know that there's a lot more rain. In fact, I think when the committee visited the street on Monday, there was a significant amount of rain. So I guess I'm just pointing out that lowering the grade is going to cause more runoff to the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
All right. I think we don't have time to ask the applicant to answer those questions today, but maybe they can get those answers for us for the next hearing. The question had to do with sidewalks on Pineville and also how the grade change will impact the stream and other runoff. So let's.
And I think in particular, more clarity around the statement that all the water will stay on the property.
Right, yeah. What is actually happening to the water flow?
Right.
Will all the water actually stay on the property? I've heard that question about people having water in their basements 4 times already.
Well, maybe Carlton can answer that question now. So.
Okay. I'm just looking at the time. I'd really like to wrap this up.
We have three people still waiting to talk.
3 people waiting to talk. Okay.
At this point.
Okay. So I think let's give the 3 people a chance to talk, and then we might get our answers next time.
All right, Eileen, I'm gonna unmute you. Or you're gonna unmute you.
Okay, I'm Eileen Barrett. I'm at the other side of Pineville. And I just was a little surprised to hear Mr. Quinn say that there is no wildlife habitat. I can tell you that there are fisher cats, hawks, owls, deer, toads, frogs, snakes, coyotes, fox, woodpeckers, and all kinds of other birds that this Pineville supports.
Eileen, you didn't give your actual address.
It's 90 Sunnyside. I'm on the side of Pineville.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. In the interest of time, anything else, or was that your key information?
That was my key. That was my key information.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, who's next?
So that might be just a clarifying question. I think that Carlton did say there was no habitat, but I took that as, hey, you looked at the maps and there was no priority habitat in that area.
Right.
And it's a little different, not priority habitat of protected and special concern species that would be out there. So I think that's what was, and Carlton was shaking his head. So I think that that's what we were talking about. So there is habitat, there is flora and fauna out there. but there are no rare species known to us by looking at the natural heritage maps.
Yeah, an example of that would be the blue spotted salamanders in the area near Grove Street and Stroud Ave. That's priority habitat and has to be treated specially. If there were blue spotted salamanders in your vernal pools that you're describing, that's a different story.
Yeah, this doesn't mean you can't find a vernal pool out there just because it's not mapped. It's just that no one knows about it yet.
It has to be a registered vernal pool for it to be a vernal. Is that the case?
No, a potential vernal pool or certified vernal pool, and we look at them here the same, but you know, we're just asking if you have any pictures at this point or recordings or things, you know, just to further that discussion, because everything else that we know about this area says that it's not a vernal pool habitat. So you would need to come up with something for us to, you know, look closer into it. Blue spotted salamander, yeah.
Massachusetts Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program, I believe, has a packet where they talk about the different characteristics that need in order to call it a vernal pool. And so they would list some of the frogs, some of the types of frogs and
Turtles.
Yeah, but turtles are not an obligate species of a vernal pool. Some salamanders are, wood frogs are. But, you know, we don't really have time to teach you all of that in this session. I do know, no.
And we're not asking you to certify the vernal pool. We're asking you to give us something that makes us at least curious to take the next step.
Right. We know that on the corner of Knollwood, behind the new Carter and Coleman building, that is a vernal pool.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, but that vernal pool is far enough away from this project that it doesn't mean that this project can't go through because there's a vernal pool over there.
Let's get to the
So
next one.
we have a couple of people who still want to talk.
Mike Farrell, well, I guess we're all set with Mike Farrell. I'm gonna unmute you. Sure. There you go.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Mike, you there?
My name is Mike Farrell. I live on 2 Pinevale. I'm the one that is most impacted by this whole damn project. You're focusing on some snow removal up in the upper upper left-hand corner. If you look at the plot plan, there's also another storage area for snow right directly behind me and then right ahead of me. I already have a sump pump in the basement. How can you tell me that all this extra snow is not going to be in my basement?
So there's a question to the applicant, just as stating that no runoff would leave the site. I think that if that would include the snow storage areas, but we're just asking him to, or asking the applicant to answer those questions provided to us for our next meeting at this point. But you would get your answer with, you know, at the next meeting, or when you look at the Conservation Division page and read what we've uploaded and the information we received from the applicant.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask, Mike?
Yes, but the time is late and I don't want to hold you guys up anymore. So I agree with what's been said by everybody else at this point.
Okay, do we have one more person I hear waiting to talk on the Zoom call?
I don't see anyone else. Did any other questions on Zoom? Any other questions here at Town Hall?
We've
none.
heard from everyone? Okay. All right, so I think I've heard a number of comments about getting a third-party review. And I want to run that one by the commission. Are we up for asking for a third-party review?
What do
Is there somebody who wants to make that as a motion?
Hold on a second, what are we asking?
Review of.
Well, particularly, I think the wetland line. I would like to have somebody else double check that wetland line and make sure it's really accurate.
Oh,
given
I just
that-
wanted you to say, check for vernal pool, check for wetland line, check to see, you know, that
Well,
he's a native, whatever.
I don't know that they can tell at this time of year whether that's a vernal pool, but certainly.
just examples. I didn't-
If it was a potential vernal pool.
I was merely just asking you to let us know what you want the consultant.
Well,
I gotta talk to you later.
Anybody else on the commission who has things they think we should look for? Walter,
My question is, are we trying to placate the neighbors by identifying where the line is throughout the entire neighborhood or just for this particular property?
I think we only can do related to this particular project. Carlton?
Hi, thank you. I just had a question. The third-party review, clearly the neighbors want it, but I mean, we were out there. I mean, there's clearly a substantial grade change from the wetland to the site. I mean, if you're talking about moving flags 2 or 3 feet to get this wetland line changed, is that going to affect this project? I mean, I don't think they're going to move 10 or 20 feet. There was a topo change there that was pretty prevalent.
Well, what do the rest of the commission think? Andrew?
It's a good question, what to ask for. I'm not personally, I think Carlton's right, the wetland line is probably not gonna have a dramatic impact on what we're looking at, but I am curious from someone else's perspective, an independent party, of how this will impact the habitat there. If at all, but I'd like that to be from an independent party. So.
I'll say that I'm not so concerned about the wetland flags because, we always look at the closest one. And the ones that I saw that were more questionable were perhaps 5 or 6 feet away, but that was at the back of the property where moving them 5 or 6 feet or 10 feet wouldn't materially affect it. The ones that were the closest were the ones where we did the core sampling and where the soil looked surprisingly not what we thought it was going to be underneath the standing water. Don't have the same concerns over the wetland flags.
Okay.
Vernal pool, I agree this time of year, how would you know, but.
Well, there is definitely clues you can look for. The wet matted leaves and lack of vegetation and things like that. You
And
can,
pictures would be good.
yeah, and if there are pictures.
It's not,
I mean, I guess my concern, I was standing there looking at wetland flags in the middle of a giant puddle. Now, of course, it was a very heavy rain.
And that's where we did the core samples.
Right.
Because of that.
Yeah. Okay, Bill.
Yeah. So I was making this proposal, but I just had done some research while people were presenting, just so the commission is clear, in case this is what, for example, Andrew might be looking for. If you're looking for section 2C4, more likely than unlikely to alter an area, I just want everyone to understand what the difference is between our local reg and state law. State law says under 10.022D that unless and until the activity actually alters an area subject to protection, you can't regulate it. Reading's local reg is more liberal, if you will. It says if it's more likely than unlikely to alter an area subject to protection. That is why I was suggesting, if you wanted to go in that direction, that it'd be good to have a outside party look into it, because that's a tough determination to make. but it is something you can do under the local reg. Whereas under the state reg, it would actually have altered it for you to have that jurisdiction. Just wanted to explain that distinction. That's my comment.
Are there questions about?
Yeah, the vernal pool. I think I have a question, but is Nicole still on the line? My question is how, so let's say this is a vernal pool. Are we still more than 100 feet away from the edge of the vernal pool to the property line?
Yes.
So I don't think it matters if it's
Not the buffer anyway.
Okay.
well, and well, that was my question, but I'll restate it and make sure. Is there, if the vernal, the pool area that could be the vernal pool, is there any way that some measurement could meet the property line of this project, north-south, heading towards the parking lot? I think the answer is no, but Nicole, could you just confirm that?
The wetland line, especially closer to the pool area, if you want to call it that, was probably 10 feet up gradient, if not more. So, and that wetland line was outside the 100 feet. So that the wetland line in the buffer zone wasn't even in the jurisdiction on that area. So the 100-foot vernal pool buffer zone would be even further off-site than the wetland line. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's just a little confusing around where the dumpster was, and we do have that buffer zone area. Is that how does that get affected? Is that from a different resource area?
Yeah, well, it's not from a different resource area, but if there were to be a potential vernal pool, it would be closer to wetland flag 1. It'd be closer to the
Far right.
yeah.
The other property that's out there, maybe it's number 14.
And wetland flags N111, 112 are near that stream that goes under the road. And a stream is by definition not a vernal pool. So.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So
the wetland line, talked about the wetland line, we talked about a vernal pool. Is there any other reason?
well, the question that Bill brought up, which is it more likely than unlikely that this will affect the resource area? And, that I think is a key one.
Well, what are the factors that would go into that? One may be a groundwater infiltration and changes in hydrology. Do we need to have somebody verify the boundaries of where snow is being stored and where stormwater is being captured and where it's running off? Infiltration in a groundwater that may result in an elevated water table. Do we need to have those calculations checked or rechecked?
Carlton?
If I may, on the vernal pool issue, when I've dealt with developments, within areas of vernal pools, generally the biggest issue is they want to make sure the stormwater you're discharging off-site is at least 100 feet away from the vernal pool. And they want to keep your infiltration, they want it infiltrated. They don't want open systems because they don't want the water to get warm and you're discharging warm water. And you're basically told to infiltrate the water into the ground at least 100 feet from the vernal pool to make sure you're not changing the chemistry of the vernal pool. And I mean, I think the site clearly would do that even if it was a vernal pool. And then for the wildlife study, I mean, these 4 properties, we're not developing, some virgin woods here. These 4 properties are all disturbed pretty significantly up into about 5 or 10 feet from all their property lines. So, I mean, a habitat study seems like a lot for, the peripheral native areas we're touching on these sites. And then again, I don't think anyone thinks it's a vernal pool to begin with. And even if it was, I'm not sure if there's much there to look into because we're so far away from it.
Yeah, so I think we don't need to worry about looking into whether there is a vernal pool because it is more than 100 feet from the property boundary. But I'm still thinking we might want to double check the wetland line. And if Bill thinks that it's a good idea to have that same third-party review inquire as to the effect, likely or more likely or not.
Yeah, I apologize. I should be clear. I was just trying to clarify for the commission what they can do. I thought Andrew had originally raised this, and so that's why I looked into it. It's not, let's just say I'm neutral on the proposal myself, so I wouldn't be the one making the motion. I just wanted people to know the landscape. I'm sorry, just wanted to clarify that.
It was just letting us know what, where that lived in our regulations and how we might apply it. I always thought that not outside our jurisdiction meant stormwater, things that happen as a result of stormwater runoff.
Yeah, and I very much value Bill's ability to come up with what the regulations are in the course of the meeting. That's a big asset to have you on our team, Bill. Okay.
What do you have left? Do you have anything, other concerns? Just the wetland line?
Okay, the wetland line.
It's not unusual for the chair to make a motion, see if people agree. I think we've talked about it.
Okay.
You want to move it?
All right, so I would like to make a motion that we have some third-party review of the wetland line before moving forward with this project.
So Brian,
Is there a second?
Yeah. I was gonna say you would run things, but since she made the motion, but we're good.
I will second that.
Tony will second. Okay, we haven't had a vote yet, so don't get all excited. Andrew, you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, I'd just like a friendly addendum to have an independent researcher look at the wildlife habitat impact. It's going to have an impact on it, whether it's dramatic or not. Significant, I guess, is the word, is my interest. But if we want to just keep it to these types of projects, I get a little, it's not just about the stormwater. You're taking down trees. There's animals that live there. It's part of a larger ecosystem. I don't like it too narrow visioned of how kind of impact. It's an improvement in terms of the building, but it's not an improvement in terms of the environment. So I'd like to look at it from a larger perspective, not just the wetland line, but how is this going to impact the habitat there? That's the one thing I'm leaning on right now in our regulations is wildlife habitats and stormwater for Chuck's point, but we've already handed that over to CPDC. So I guess I'm leaning on wildlife habitat.
Okay. Walter, you had your hand up. Did you have more to say?
I'd just like the wording to be a little bit tighter, that it's just specifically for this landscape, this project.
Well, we could just name the flags on this project.
I think he's talking about the legs, most likely.
What language are you asking?
Yeah,
us to
yeah.
clean up?
Yeah, so, well, I think that they would consider the linkage between Pinevale Conservation Area and isolated area in back of this project and talk about that. And then just give you a list of what may be out there and what they see during their eval. But I don't think that you could say only in this area, because I think the whole thing's connected. And ultimately what you want to happen is, because of this larger project and the proximity to Pinevale Conservation Area, there's really not going to be much change. They're probably not heading to Main Street anyways. They're probably migrating through Pinevale, and I just think and that's still available. So you wouldn't want to exclude them looking at Pinevale, in my opinion.
We did have somebody reporting that they saw the wildlife migrating across Main Street to the other open space. I don't remember where I wrote it down, but I know I wrote that down.
That was the lucky one.
Yeah.
So I would certainly encourage looking at.
If I can add, I've seen it multiple times because I go for a walk at night. I go at 9 and I come back at 7. I see all the.
Okay, yeah.
Can't have them evaluate the entire town. I mean, it's, I mean,
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that there is.
no, of course there is. I mean, it's everywhere, but
Mass DEP guidance would encourage looking at connectivity to larger undisturbed areas such as the adjacent conservation land.
yeah.
Okay. So I would like to accept Andrew's friendly amendment to look at impact on wildlife as well as look at the accuracy of the wetland flags.
We need Carlton's, Carlton, is your hand up to make a comment, or you just? President. I guess he took it down.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just one last statement is, you know, we've been on the line here for 3 hours, and there were multiple projects that had a much bigger significant impact to wetlands and wildlife than this project. This seems a bit of a double standard. And again, the board's wishes are the board's wishes, but I mean, there were people working in the wetlands and riverfront before, and nobody brought up any sort of wildlife before. And again, that's just what I wanted to state. Thank you.
Yeah, I also was wondering what type of wildlife evals we're going to ask for.
Okay. Nicole has her hand up.
Sure.
Nicole?
Yes. Yes, Nicole Hayes here. With the wildlife habitat, we're not going to be taking down a lot of trees. We're going to be in the area that was previously impacted for the most part, I believe. So we're not even going into the wooded area that we're protecting.
Okay.
The lights, the water.
But that's just something to think about.
I'm cutting the entire lot, then digging out 3 or 4 feet of soil down. The rock wall on Main Street.
It's different. They're pulling it all down. Right.
Okay, well, I made a motion. I've accepted a friendly amendment. Tony seconded my original motion.
Oh, sorry, Andrew Gibbon in favor.
What?
Andrew Gibbon in favor. Is that what we're looking for? Do I need to vote on it?
Well, do we have to have Tony second the amendment?
Oh,
What's the amendment?
The adding wildlife habitat
Guys, just
question.
not do that. Just
Yes, I'll second.
formal.
Yeah,
As
All right, Andrew, vote.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
I apologize. Can we please it's late for me. Can we please go over what the motion is?
I made a motion to get third-party review of the wetland line and the impact on wildlife habitat that this project would create.
Walter Talbot in favor.
Bill McCants abstaining.
Tony Rotalakis in favor.
Brian Bowen in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay, so 5-1-0, 1 abstain, 0 against for a third-party review.
You raise your hand.
it's too late. I was asking, what I was going to say is this wildlife habitat evaluation informed by 1060. Is that what you were saying? You wanted it to be measured by Wildlife Protection Act 1060 wildlife habitat evaluation, that those.
I didn't specify a particular
Okay.
guidance.
That's
So
what I
how
was
would
looking
you
at,
know-
yes,
What's that?
yes, yes.
Andrew saying yes.
Okay. We voted.
Can 4 people say yes?
We voted. Can we move on?
I'm just wondering if you want it evaluated to the standards in 10.60, which wasn't part of the vote.
He's narrowing it down further, not just wildlife habitat, but according to the process procedures in 10.60.
I don't have those memorized, so I can't answer that.
But what would be the standard that would be used to judge that? If this were, say, to go to court,
What would you recommend?
asking Bill.
Bill, what would you recommend?
I'm sorry, the reason I abstained is I have to be frank with you, I don't understand the wildlife habitat approach. I'm deferring to the commission, but I'm the wrong person to ask. I don't quite understand how it fits. So I'll leave it at that.
What if we just asked our wetland scientists to give some general observations and see how that goes? I could put something together that the commission could review. And
When you say the wetland scientist, you mean the third-party reviewer?
Right.
Fine. I'm good with that.
Okay, so that's the determination we'll take. Let me just say, I'll let the chairs review it, and then we'll also send it to the applicant, of course, and move forward with wiring and.
Nicole has her hand up again.
Sure, Nicole?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I believe that it should be according, if we're gonna do a wildlife habitat analysis, it should be done according to the statutes that he did quote. The arbitrary assumptions of wildlife habitat without definitions behind them.
That's fine. I was trying to tone it down a little bit, but if you want it to go with what's in the act at 10.60, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Because I was really just throwing that out there as a compromise.
Because that takes into account everything, not just arbitrary items.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right, so we're all in agreement that we'll go with the 10.60 standard? Okay. So can we continue this to the next meeting? Can I have a motion for that? And is January 10th a good date for you, Carlton?
Good.
I mean, we didn't love to that one.
Yeah, January 10th. Good.
So Brian, I make a motion to continue 10 Pineville to January 10th.
Tony, second.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Walter Talbot in favor.
Bill McCants in favor.
Henry Rotalakis in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that's the end of that hearing.
Take a break for.
No, I have to be to work at 6 a.m. Please, I've sat here
I have to go to the bathroom.
since 7 o'clock.
Taking 5 minutes.
What are you here for?
Somebody wants tennis and all we
Okay.
want is a deck. We had to sit through all this for a deck.
Bathroom break is okay after sitting in this chair. Ready?
You're taking a short
I've lost sound.
I think they're taking a break.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Mm.
I've got a bag of holes on it.
Okay.
All right. All right, back in session.
71 Tennyson, continue the public hearing. Continue?
I just ad lib.
Okay, open the public hearing on a request for determination of applicability filed by Chris and Amanda Haley under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant proposes to remove the existing deck, patio, asphalt driveway, and retaining walls and install a new deck, 25 by 25 feet, a new permeable paver patio of approximately 15,000 square feet, a new retaining wall, and a new permeable paver driveway of approximately 25, I think I said 1,000, but it's 2,500 square feet. All invasive vegetation will be removed and all debris from previous homeowners' dumping will be cleaned out within and adjacent to the LEC environmental delineated wetlands. A vegetated buffer strip with native vegetation is proposed. All of the work, except for a small section of the driveway, is within the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division page under Project by Year, Assessors Map 11, Lot 156, file number 2023-21. Okay, Amanda, would you like to present your project?
Yeah, sure. I mean, just as well as I do, right?
Sure.
Maybe.
Maybe. I asked to jump on. Is he on there? Chuck, it's Chuck. Chuck is.
Hold on, let me check. This was fiddling around with this. Let me stop screen sharing because it's hard to look. Is Chris on there? And I don't see anyone.
Okay.
Have our full group.
Okay, so again, Amanda Haley, 71 Tennyson Road. I'm here to demo our current deck and add a new deck, 25 by 25, as she stated. It'll sit around the east side of the home to our front porch. New paver patios will be installed. Using a permeable system, new retaining wall will be constructed to account for change in elevation. Retaining wall will run 35.
Along the 30.
Yeah, along the 35 feet setback. A new driveway with a permeable system to mitigate potential runoff. Also putting on, and also in the deck is the spa, is 7 by 13 plunge spa pool. We'll have Donald and his team remove all vegetation and all debris from the previous homeowners. Will be cleaned and removed. And we have a proposed planting list of native vegetation.
You've not yet done a site visit, correct?
Right, we need to schedule a site visit. Sorry. Okay, I'm hoping we can schedule the site visit for the same day as the other one, December 18th, and it would be like 9:45 by the time we got there. That work for you? Okay.
Rain day.
I'll be,
Looks like a rain day.
does it?
We go out in the rain.
Okay.
I'll be working, but Chris can be there with Donald.
Is there anything else you want to know from us before we go to the site visit?
You surveyed it, Chuck, you surveyed it.
Yeah.
Is there anything specific too?
So this is a project that has a lot of moving parts with it. But the applicant's painstakingly taken the time to work with the Conservation Office to create a project that fulfills not only their needs, but also think about the environment. And so that's why we have permeable pavers, a smaller deck, a spa, and the applicant's proposing to plant native vegetation down by the 35-foot area. Back of the 35-foot area, I'll kind of change it and show this plan right here. This line back in the day, I don't know, it probably says it on here somewhere, but I don't know the date, was delineated by LEC. And inside of this area, there's yard waste from decades to even longer. And the Haleys have agreed, or not agreed, I didn't actually say, what I said was it'd be nice if you took care of the stuff near your property. The Haleys said that they would remove all of the yard waste. This has to be seen because there's so much there. It's historic and, long-term dumping. And I think once that happens, this wetlands, of course, it's a wetlands because it's been delineated. I think that it would be easier to enforce and keep cleaned up. And of course, the Haleys would probably let their neighbors know after they spent so much money cleaning it up that this has to end, no more dumping in this area. So the mitigation would be the cleanup, the vegetated strip that's along the 35-foot line, holding all the activity back beyond the 35-foot, putting in permeable pavers, the deck, and if I forgot anything, you add it at this point, that would be great. But again, this is what we're looking at. And it's where it says retaining wall. In that area is basically the only lawn left. Well, there's grass up there, but this is the only lawn left in this area, and they're going to give up some of it for that vegetated buffer strip. That's what I know about the project. And I know that there's pavement out there now. And what's the surface around the deck area? Is there anything?
Pavers.
There's even more, there's pavers. No, I mean now, is it?
Currently pavers.
Pavers.
Got it.
So most of what you're doing is just replacing what's there?
Taking down the current deck that wasn't properly built.
And
It's falling apart. I'm replacing it. And since we're replacing it, we decided we didn't want, we knew we couldn't do a pool down there. So we decided a smaller, 7 by 13 year-round plunge pool for the family. And then,
Yeah.
And so there is currently a shed in the 35-foot area, and that's being relocated.
That was already relocated. This map is.
yeah, this map is, yeah, they did this map for the,
15 years ago.
before they did I guess it's about 15 years ago, yeah, before they did the two-story addition and put the.
All right, so the two sheds over in the upper right,
Yes,
those are now there,
that is correct.
and the other shed is not there.
Correct.
So all that is being changed is what's in color, showing the pavers and the
Correct.
spa. Okay,
Yes,
and we're getting rid of old stone pavers and old deck.
correct.
Okay, and what are the sort of double lines on either side of the old stone pavers? On that other map? What are the double lines that kind of zigzag?
Those retaining walls?
Yeah.
Okay, and are you changing the grade at all when you put
No, the
in?
grade is remaining the same once with a new retaining wall.
Okay. And the pavers are gonna go out like this in order to get to that shed, so you can walk to the shed without going.
Yeah, it's existing.
It's existing
right
out
now.
there.
We're
Oh.
removing the existing pavers and changing over to a permeable system.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, this definitely is something we have to go and see to understand how it's all gonna go together. Okay.
So how do you propose to handle the dirt that's dug out for the pool?
It's not dug out, it's above ground.
It's about,
Oh,
it's not underground, it's a,
It's been installed, I read.
so it's put into the deck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we have to create a 24-inch base with base rock, and then the pool sits on top of that.
it's it's kind of like the proprietary thing to this company.
Hmm.
It's
Okay.
technically above ground-ish.
Yeah, it's above ground.
But it's built into the deck.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that most of the members of the commission can stay long enough to do both site visits on December 18th. So are you okay? Or you weren't sure? Okay, are you able to stay? I can. Walter, can you stay for a second site visit? Same day?
Yes.
Okay, Andrew, can you?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and then, Bill usually goes on the weekend because he works during our. Okay.
So that's on
so,
Sunday.
Yeah, he usually shows up on Sunday.
We'll be around all day.
Okay, anything else we need today?
Just there on Sun, we'll be there. We're home all day on Sunday, but
Okay.
just to walk around the property to show you.
You don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, if you're okay with Bill just wandering around and look.
Sure.
Okay.
Kids do.
Okay. All right, I think we should wrap this up so you can go home and get some sleep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so we're continuing the hearing to the next.
January
And
10th.
do you want to do January 10th or do you want to wait another 2 weeks and have a shorter meeting?
Well, are we gonna be the last again?
No, but it might not be any earlier in the evening.
Yeah, we're doing Zoom.
We don't have another
Yeah, we're-
meeting in December.
Yes.
Right,
Oh, because you don't have another meeting.
Oh, I know what you said. I thought you meant another 2 weeks now. It is late.
right.
These are back in January.
If he gets any new applicants, they'll be after you. We've lost one because we closed one hearing, but we've continued all those hearings. They're all going to still be ahead of you.
So, well, we're gonna be Zoom next time.
Yeah.
I think,
idea.
yeah.
We're starting.
I just, I think the point of coming and waiting so long tonight was the Haleys wanted to understand more about, and I know this is the whole notice of intent, RDA process. At the end, we decide whether this project meets the standards for an RDA or not. But that's kind of where they want to know about that, and they also wanted to order the pool. Is that where we're at? And so any feedback on this project as you're seeing it would be helpful, I guess, to make them feel confident about moving forward. See any
That
roadblocks?
feedback tonight, having not been out to the site.
No, it sounds like you're saying after the site visit. What do we have, a January 10th meeting?
Yeah. Right, but if they want to order the pool before January 10th, then they want an answer now of whether we think we're going to say, no, you can't possibly build a pool there.
Right, that's not.
I don't know if you can go that far, but is there any roadblocks that you see or any material missing from this application at this point, based on what you heard?
They're outside of the
35 foot,
They're outside of the 35 foot.
pretty much building on top of what already exists.
They're doing all
Is that
kinds
deck being shrunk?
What's that?
Deck smaller than the other deck?
Deck's increasing a little bit.
Okay.
To accommodate the pool.
The pool sits on top of the deck and they're changing everything to, well, the driveway was asphalt, right?
It's currently asphalt, we're changing.
Yeah, and they're
There's a
changing,
sinkhole in it.
they're changing that to pervious paved.
So all the permeable pavers going up the left were driveway or currently are driveway and will become permeable.
Correct.
Yeah. So, yeah, so we're really not increasing.
No, we're actually decreasing it by about 2,500 square feet.
And cleaning up the mess.
Yeah,
Well, and the pulling out.
We're on the
Tree and cleaning up all the trash.
right.
In my head, it's likely to be an RDA.
I know something I usually ask.
Where's the wetland line?
It's right here.
It's this little rectangle up at the top.
And that's going to be right there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's,
Which when you go there, you'll see a lot of the neighbors have cut down trees
yeah,
all around that area too.
without permit.
Right. The reason, on this map, it has the W1, W6. On this map, it doesn't have
Okay.
flag numbers. That's why it doesn't look like a wetland over there, but over here it has flag numbers.
How long ago was that delineated?
It looks like it says,
He said that it was more than 15 years ago.
see where it says, right?
2008.
2008 is when that was stamped, yeah. I don't know when.
So
So around that time.
it had to have been delineated before 2008.
Okay.
Yeah, February 6th, 2000.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I can't imagine that there would be something that would come up that would make us say, don't put the pool in. You know, we might make some
Adjustment.
tweaks,
Yeah.
but I mean, we have not yet told somebody they can't have the pool they've asked for. So,
As long as it's within the.
yeah,
Outside the 35, so yeah.
yeah.
Particularly where it's above ground, our regulations are written more toward in-ground structures.
Yeah.
Well, except for minor projects, they're supposed to cause that above ground pools.
Yeah.
How big is
So-
this pool?
7 by 13. It's a
It's a
plunge
bathtub.
pool, they call them.
It's-
Yeah. A little bigger.
Well, not in my house.
Yeah, me either.
How many laps would you have to do to get a mile?
And but actually, yeah, they did just do a 7 by 7 on Summer Ave. From the same company. They do have the option for the lap thing that you can do the trainer. But into this pool, we're not doing. There's no training with Chris and I.
Okay, all right, it's 11:45. So, yeah.
I don't see you.
Do we vote?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a motion first, right? So make a
Um,
motion to continue to January 10th.
January 10th, okay with you guys?
Yeah, we'll be on Zoom.
Okay,
So I'll make the motion again.
Second.
Want to vote?
Urban in favor.
Walter Talbot in favor.
Bill McCants in favor.
Tony Rotalakis in favor.
I'm going in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. All right. Thank you very much.
Your,
Right.
your patience and,
I'm not sure if I. Try.
All right, I'm gonna suggest that we put everything else on the agenda off till a future meeting.
Second.
just, I'll send it to you.
Move to adjourn.
That's fine.
It's just, I thought I did already. It's just the permeable.
You the one?
Or I wanted just to
Thing?
go on that.
Oh, yeah, of the system that we're gonna use.
Yeah, if you have one, send, yeah,
Second.
send it to
I
me.
think the company that,
Yeah,
I think they have.
privilege you get by being here in person.
I can get you.
Okay. All right.
See you on the 10th. Okay.
Thanks.
So Chuck, I think we should move on adjourn. And is there anything else?
Yeah, we need to vote. We're gonna be voting. We're not gonna adjourn until we vote on the amended regulations, the wetlands protection regulations.
Okay, so do we need to discuss and review, or can we just vote?
I think we discussed it to death.
I think we'll let Bill take over from here since it's his baby. And I think we've been doing that consistently. So Bill, please lead us. And you're muted.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to find, okay. If I can locate where it went. No. Sorry. Not, okay.
There you
I was trying to get it from the town website, the document.
go. Oh, you want me to put it up?
Well, we don't necessarily need to. It's just, I will say, I will reiterate that it was a months-long process, but that the commission was very careful to only do clarifying amendments that reflected what the commission had been doing on a regular basis. We were also very careful with language to make it consistent with both state law and also looking at our peer communities as considered by the town in terms of the language used. It was then, after being reviewed by us and discussed by us extensively at public hearings run by town council, who had only two minor, very minor changes to make. And this is the final structure. Had the commission wished to make more substantive amendments, we were advised by town council that would be a more elaborate process. It may be a process we'll engage with in the future, but this document really was intended to benefit the commission in doing its work for the community and the community itself by adding clarifying language in various provisions so that some of it are questions that frequently come up for people who come to town hall. And so really we saw this as a public service of sorts. And so this is the document.
Okay. So
Is there anyone in the general public here who has questions about this document? You see anybody on Zoom, Chuck?
no,
Good,
no one's raising their hands.
okay. Can I have a motion to what? Adopt the revised regulations?
Brian, I make a motion to adopt the amended regulations.
This is Andrew, I second and I'm in favor.
Walter Talbot's in favor.
Bill McCance in favor?
Tony Rotalakis, I will abstain.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay.
The only other, I don't know if you guys are, did you look at the piece of land that I sent out? Is it worth Conservation Commission's hard-earned, paying for a survey to kind of get that thing moving forward?
Talking 0 Waverly Road?
Yes.
I would say yes. I'd like to get land anytime they can. They're not making any more of it.
I could put up you could pull it off the screen if you want, but I think everybody saw it. I'll just try to do it as you guys take a vote, I guess. I'm just asking that you allow me permission to get bids to have it surveyed, which is the first step towards, the process that we have to do for accepting the land. It can be donated to us. Doesn't cost us any money, which is the case here. We have to pay for a survey.
That's the real question. We're authorizing you to do that, which means we're authorizing you to pay for the survey.
Okay. I don't want to spend any time discussing this. So if there's anybody with any qualms, speak up now and we'll delay it till the next meeting. But I want to get out of here ASAP. I hear no qualms. So can I have a motion to,
I can make a motion to approve, to authorize Chuck to get bids for a survey of Zero Waverly.
Get bids and
pay for a survey?
yeah, fix some. I think it's going to be under a certain amount, so I don't have to worry about.
So as amended.
Seconded, in favor.
Walter Talbot's in favor.
Bill McCance in favor.
Tony Rotalakis abstain.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay. And I do see that we have a choice of 2 dates for our land use summit.
Well, they'd like to do the Saturday, but I think just everybody focus in on the Saturday, January 13th. I'm gonna, whether you can make that or not, Bill, you could make that. Or at least it's possible that you could. I think Saturday would be the day. We didn't get a lot of feedback from people. There's 10 people out of like 28 that are going. And
is it a good distribution though?
Well, no, I kind of made sure that the chairs and those people were all going, and
so
usually the people I run into, but it's 10, so it's not as robust as possible. And then Kathy Kelly wants to have someone who wants to present a trail as part of that time. So
Sure, except January 13th, whoever can make it go.
At what time?
It says 10 o'clock in the morning.
Morning.
It's 10 to 1.
Right. Okay, can we adjourn?
That's all I got.
Okay.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second, all in favor, raise your hands. By show of hands, meeting is adjourned. Sorry, Martha, I took over your job.
Fine, 11:55 PM.
Bye, everyone.
All right.
Bye, RCTV land.
I knew it was gonna be a long one.
Right.
Meetings.
I was hopeful a little while ago